It told me I had to hit go live, but then I was just there. Sorry for being a smidge late. I had a better idea for the thumbnail and how to execute on it, and then I couldn't handle my lack of bangs. One could say nervous, why do you not just cut your bangs if you want to have bangs? The answer is I am fun news in a short film right now, and so I can't mess with my hair. I can't re-dye it. I can't cut it. I can't put the layers back in it. I can't put my bangs back the way I want them. I can't do anything to it because I need to keep the continuity correct in the thing, and it's taking longer to get finished filming than we anticipated, and it's driving me crazy, and I wish I'd cut my hair before we started filming, because I'm miserable, and I feel like I can't do anything because my hair is so heavy. It sucks. It's bad. And it's not their fault. It's not the film's fault, but I'm losing my mind. So, every day is a bad hair day, and I can't do anything, and I hate it. My bangs are too long, and I hate them, and I don't know. I may trim them a little bit after Sunday, because then I'll have a whole week before we go back to filming, and then theoretically it'll be fine, because they grow pretty fast, but Jesus, they're too long right now, and I hate them. I'm gonna move the camera up so we have a better, so you guys get a better view of the couch, because I did position the couch to where you should be able to kind of see if one of the cats pops up and wants to say hi. And now you can see Psychic Friend Fredbear a little bit better. It is very specifically Psychic Friend Fredbear. He's got a walkie-talkie magnet, so that's how you know. But yeah, so that's what's going on with me. It's been part of the reason why I haven't been able to upload videos, because I have been busy and also tired. It's not the only reason. You guys know other reasons, but it's one of the things that has just taken up a part of my time and makes me too sleepy to do anything. That's a cool Elizabeth plushie. Hilarious. Love that. Love that. We've also got Glitch Trap, Cupcake, and Puppet hanging out back there. I tried to frame things to where everything was in the frame, but it's just not gonna work. Anyway, let's say hi to everybody. It's been a minute since I did a Friday stream, eh? Welcome in Theory Chum, Burb Doc, Spoon of the Universe, Ruffina, Rebecca, Funny Caddy, Diablos Bros, Moving Marker, Seeker, Compiness, Heal, welcome in, Mrs. Trap. You started making a comic, Moving Marker, that's very, very cool. Sarah, I don't remember if I already said hey. Amen, hello. Gooberpotamus, hello. Let's all go. Did you say walkie-talkie got me, antenna got me tweaking? Yes. Hope life's been treating you better. Side note, fire shirt, pun intended, hilarious. Hi, Toasty. Hello, Toasty. Hi, baby. Hi, Muffin. Hi, Eb, or EB, however you like it to be said. Life has been treating me fine. A lot of my problems are with society, and there's nothing I can immediately do about that. I have not watched a FNAF theory in a month. About a month, if not fully a month. It's been a hot minute since I have watched a Five Nights at Freddy's theory. So I'm very behind, and I know a lot of really fun stuff has come out. I know Rye Toast has talked a little bit more about Remnantplex. Zeke, what are you doing? Don't do that. No, sir. He was licking himself. Society, we truly live in one of those. So true. Um, what else? What are they gonna say? Isn't there a new game coming? I think maybe with Cassie. I have heard a little bit about that. There's a lot of stuff. Hi, Trans Butterfly Queen. Welcome in. There's a lot of stuff to talk about, and I figure why not just catch up on at least some of it with you guys. So we're gonna be cozy. Oh my God, Toast, your hair is flying everywhere. We're gonna stay cozy tonight, and we're just gonna watch videos. 15 months? That's crazy. That's so cool. And Nervous, did you see the new art? I'm not certain. On the Discord? Let me check. Oh my gosh, girl. Oh, she's a hairy one. I should have brought her brush over here so that way every time she came over here I could brush her a little bit. She's not a fan. Since the start. So true. 15 months is such a long time for me to have been doing this. No wonder I took a break. Honestly. Is it in art? Burb? Are you talking about there's someone outside my window, Mom? Is that what you're talking about? Or is there something else? But I did see that. And it's giving Walton Files. I know that it's FNAF, but it's just giving a little Walton Files. It's just giving, and I love it because the Walton Files is spooky AF. Okay, so before I move forward, first let me do a pop-out chat so that I have y'all over here, and let's pray and hope that it doesn't crash today like it did last time since we're not playing a game. I think I need to clear out a large portion of my laptop storage and get like an external hard drive. So that's on my list of things to do. I thought it was the POV of a bag of chips in the pantry at night, seeing me creep up on it. Let's go. I'm also thinking about ordering pizza during the stream. Obviously, I would not make my mouth noises your problem, but I feel like since it's a cozy night and we're watching FNAF theories, maybe it would be nice to order pizza. But I'm going to wait to see how my stomach feels. Sorry. Because pizza is a bit of a commitment for a tummy, you know? You just found out that in the new FNAF book, they revealed that... Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! I have no idea what the new FNAF book is. Mute me for like 30 seconds and don't look at the chat. I just found out that in the new FNAF book, they revealed that William tried to kill a kid named Timmy and failed. Timmy had plot armor. I love that. I love that we have a Jimmy and a Timmy now. Like Jimmy and Timmy Power Hour. Pizza and FNAF do go hand in hand. That's what I'm saying. I think if the universe really loved me, they would do a FNAF, what do you call it? A collab with one of the pizza places. I don't even care if it's Little Caesars. I don't care if it's like a pizza place that I like or not. If they would just do a little FNAF collab for me. And Chuck E. Cheese, something. I think that would be fun if they would give me the spaghetti pizza that I can't have from Horror Nights in Universal, because I thought about putting a trip on the credit card because technically I can afford that. I mean, afford it. I can put it on a credit card. But I was like, I don't know if I want to mess with my credit for a trip to Universal Studios when all I really want to do is eat spaghetti pizza. I just don't know if that's for me. I thought about it. I've thought long and hard about it, and I think the answer is no, I'm not going to do that. All right. I've got y'all on my screen. You wanted to do the spaghetti pizza, but you got sick? No. Burb, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. According to the people, it wasn't that big of, like, it wasn't that good. Yeah, I'm gonna do spaghetti pizza at home, Mrs. Trapp. I totally am. I'm gonna try to, like, figure out the best way to make my own crust. Or make my own, well, crust. Make my own, like, pie, base pie, and then stick spaghetti on top of it. Because then I can do my favorite kinds of spaghetti anyway. But I will do it with meatballs since that's how they had it, even though I'm usually a meat sauce girly. Who else is a meat are you, to my spaghetti lovers out there, are we meat sauce or meatball people? Meat sauce, meatball. Are you saucy or are you ballin' when it comes to pizza or spaghetti? Let me know. I want to know. Inquiring minds would like to know. Where should we start? Let's just go to game theory, actually. Anyone who says it wasn't that good means it was the best thing they ever had in their life and they're saving your feelings. Maybe it was a review that had nothing to do with me. So I read an actual, like, Universal Studios blog review of it. So I don't think they were saving my feelings. I think those people were just genuinely unimpressed. Oh my, I'm very behind. Oof, I'm very behind on game theory. Oof. All I'm gonna say is, meat sauce, let's go. Burpdock is a meatball girly in an undeniably masculine way. I love that. Hold on, wait. I want to read. Big Mutta said balls for me. Let's go. Ballin' over here says heel. Ragu, Harrison, okay. Meat sauce, but turkey meat can't eat beef. Okay, turkey meat is fire, though. I'm here for that. Prefer balls for spaghetti, but sauce for tortellini. Fair enough, fair enough. Family does meat sauce, but when we can afford it, we do both. Oh, all right. Not a fan of pasta and pizza, personally. Too many carbs for me. Fair enough. There was going to be a FNAF pizza delivery thing, but the company that was going to make it went bigger. I know. Hurt my feelings. They got me all excited. Vegetarian and can't have tomatoes now. That sucks. I will say this, Spoon. If you can you, you said you're vegetarian. I'm trying to think of there are good pizzas for you out there. If you do a barbecue sauce, you can have a good vegetarian pizza, I would say. I don't know if people can still consider it pizza once there's barbecue sauce involved, but anyway. Rolling meatballs is an extra step, and I don't have time for that. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, before I start anything, I just want to show you guys. I'm going to have to fix this right now. Actually, hold on. Where's YouTube React? There we go. Hey, that's not so bad. It's pretty far away, though. Pretty far away. So we'll zoom in on me a little bit. Just a smidgen. Can see me a little better. I might zoom in more. We'll find out. Oh my god. Everybody outside. Okay. I want to show y'all. One day I'll be better at this, but today is not the day, you know? Today is not the day. Look at, I'm sorry. Look at this. Okay? Do you see this thumbnail? Do you see this? Tell me I didn't already make this video. A part of you wants me to react to Blackfoot Ferret, but they might be overwhelming with how insane they are. We might get there. We might get there. We might get there. Why is tomato not vegetarian? They said they can't eat it. I don't think that... Stream volume is too low? All I can do is move this closer to my face. Actually, I can't because the microphone's broken. Stream volume is too low. Looks fine on my end. Oh god, too many people. Not actually mad at you guys, but let me go back over here. Where did you jump scared by a mean ad? I'm so sorry. It's up. It's up. You know what's... Here's what I don't love. Is that when I'm gaming, I feel like everybody complains that I'm too loud because I scream. So I, like, you know, try to be mindful. I try to move the microphone away from my face and stuff. I can't really get it any closer than that. I hope that's okay. On my end, I'm like getting into the red on my end for being late. Thank you, Tarian. You're fine, nervous. I can cope. The ad was just me. Maybe the ad was just terribly loud. I don't know. Can we watch every video ever? LOL. It makes me kind of sad to see their videos not making all so well as before. It's better now? Okay. I tried. Ah, golly, y'all. Oh, pesto! Yes, do a pesto pizza. Yes. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. Something happened to my eye. I wish I knew what. I wish I knew what happened to my eye. It just hurts. Ow. Okay. I must have got cat hair, like, in it. Doing so well. Yeah. I mean, it just is what it is. Like, I mean, even I, frankly, haven't watched a lot of the. Well, okay, one, I'm not getting the notifications anymore, even though I have them turned on. Look at that. Hold on, wait, you can't see it. Like, look, I have this turned on. Personalized, or not personalized, all notifications. All. Not personalized, all. I don't get notifications for this channel. I don't get it. There is a lot more theory channels now. Anyway, tell me I didn't make this video like with like this thumbnail. Like, let me go back to normal chatting real quick so I can find it for you guys just without like showing everything else. I'm going back again. Okay. Look at that. I'm not saying it's the same. It's not literally the same. But I'm just like, what the heck's going on here? But I'm just like, hey, I made this video a year ago. Not an effing. A year ago. You know? So, and I'm almost 100% sure this is like a reaction to somebody else's video. And I don't have to be the guy. I know I don't have to be the guy. But sometimes I do get a little sad. Like, just a little, you know? Not like super, but just a little sometimes. I do get a little, I don't know, call it jealousy. But I'm like, hey, I was talking about this so long ago and nobody was listening. Anyway, sorry. I don't know, guys. Yours was more understandable? Oh no. They fell off. Nothing against the talent or creatives working there, just the corporate oversight. Taylor's oldest time on YouTube, sadly. So, fair enough. When they sold their company to that, like, German group or whatever, I got really worried that it was about to be uh-oh times, you know? Thought we were about to get into uh-oh times, and I think I was right, unfortunately, that we did get indeed into uh-oh times. Okay, I'm gonna make one more adjustment. Oops. To me. And then we'll actually watch the ding-danged videos. How's that? Do you think that creators should take down theories that are unequivocally debunked? No. No. Nah. It's all a part of the journey. Nah. Farm-raised nervous videos versus factory-made game theory video, yeah. So we're gonna see if this is a reaction or if this is a continuation. He was making like a 4-part video, and I stopped right at the 2 months ago mark. But we'll start with this. It's got over 1 million views. I mean, it is what it is. Used to watch every single game theory and film theory video. I think a bubble burst. Fair enough. Fair enough, just BKZ. I like watching game theory is the only reason that I care about FNAF at all. So I have to be able to like give them their flowers for that. But at the end of the day, the reality of the situation is, and this is no shade to anybody there, and I mean this with all certainty, all like seriousness, like I loved Matt Pat's personality, and I can't like they can't help that they aren't Matt Pat. Lee's voice comes through really well in film theory, and so I tend to gravitate towards those. And I'm sorry I'm messing with my nose so much, it's just cat hair. I tend to gravitate towards film theories because, I mean, I care a lot about film anyway, outside of that, but I do think that Lee has a good voice for film theory, and I do also think that the food theory vibes are good. But I don't think that I vibe as well with Tom's cadence. And hi Jax. I just don't think I vibe as well with Tom's cadence, and that's not Tom's fault. You know? Objectively, Tom was writing a lot of these FNAF theories anyway. So, like, it's still his, like his words and stuff. I still like hearing them. I'm just not always sucked in by his cadence. And that might be just something that it's going to take me a while to get used to. So, anyway, we'll start with this just because it's already 7. Ow. We'll start with this. Yeah, Harrison. But that's my thing, is that I don't think that Lee tries to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Lee does a pretty good job of having his own voice. I don't know. Anyway. I'm not going to get into all of that right now. Ooh. But you'll hear it. You'll hear when Tom talks that he is trying to emulate in some capacity. He is trying to emulate Matt. And I understand why. And I think hopefully he'll move into his own soon. You know, I have all the faith in him, and I really don't. I don't want to. It is what it is. You know what I mean? There it is. Is that big enough? Should we do 100? We'll do 100. Ash is doing their own thing, and Ash had a really good like long standing with the channel too. Like, we heard their voice a lot. So all right, let's try to keep the chat on topic if we can, just for my sake, please. Obviously you can chat amongst yourselves. Obviously there's not that many rules, but like, let's do our best to not stray too far. What pronouns does Ash use? As far as I know, it's they, she. And whenever somebody has them as an option, that's kind of what I default to. All right, we'll see about this, and then we'll move on to something else. We'll take audience suggestions or something after this. But there is a Rytos video that I do want to watch, and there's a Nara Raven video that I really want to watch. Proportional sans serif. That's the font family we're in. Okay. Tell me if the video is too quiet, it's too loud, etc., etc.
Everything we've known about FNAF was a lie. Or was it? On the surface,
we'll never know.
It seems like our old favorites, William and Henry, didn't actually create anything, and instead just stole it all from newcomer Edwin Murray. But how much of that is really...
Oh my god, I hate when they're... Well, I don't... Look, I'm not trying to hate, but like, there's already captions on screen, and I've got this too. Woof.
True. And what if I told you, theorists? The answer is entirely up to you. Hello Internet, welcome to Game Theory, and welcome to our fourth and final episode in our Secret of the Mimic extravaganza. It has been a wild ride, loyal theorists. We've uncovered the truth about the Murray family timeline, we've solved the mystery of mexes, and we've managed to figure out secrets of a previously suspected mimic, Sun and Moon. But the biggest question that I have yet to solve—
So all I missed was them talking about what is Sun and Moon. Chill. Tyrion, you think Tom says that? Look, at this point, guys, Remnantplex is correct. Am I right about everything that I said in my video? Probably not. Probably not. Most likely not. Probably not. But am I right esoterically? Yes. Captions in English and bigger English. So true.
The main question I had going into this game wasn't about the Mimic, or Edwin Murray, or security breach. I wanted to know the truth about the origins of Fazbear Entertainment. William and Henry. These two characters we've known about since the beginning, and yet know very little about. Where did they start? How did they create this empire? Who were they, really? But friends, nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me, or the rest of the internet, for what we were about to witness.
Why are you in a turtleneck?
Spring lock assembly may be required.
No! No! Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
Henry didn't
Oh no, I never watched them play this. Poor Ash.
Oh my god! Oh my...
To be fair, that reaction was several hours into stream, where all we'd witnessed so far was invention after invention that we thought had been a Fazbear invention for years now, only to discover that Edwin made it. Like the Data Diver, a device used to access certain points around Murray's costume manor that looks an awful lot like the Faz wrench we use in Ruin. Or what about the massive list of characters? Happy Frog, Mr. Hippo, Orville, Monty, Roxy, Moon, Foxy, Chica, Music Man, Helpy, even the wet floorbots from Security Breach share similarities to the Cleanovac. They're—
Yes, Mrs. Trap, and yeah, no, I like, again, we breathe and we move forward, but it did, and it does, at the end of the day, piss me off that all of this stuff existed with Edwin. Don't love it. Like, I breathe, I move forward, I accept it, I move on, right? But jeez, I still don't love it. It's not for me. It's been part of my disillusionment, I suppose, with some of the franchises going, why? Why? You know, just why?
all here in Murray's costume manor, with designs, schematics, and costumes strewn around the facility. Edwin and his wife Fiona designed them all. It felt like everything we'd known over the last decade had been a complete lie. It was never William and Henry, it had all been Edwin. Or had it? See, while at first it definitely reads that way, there are clues hiding in voice memos, text logs, and just in the physical designs themselves.
Sorry. Sorry. This is... What does this remind me of? I'm gonna curse, but no bitches? Like, that's what this looks like. Why he squished like that, I don't know. Why? He looks great. He looks crazy. Can somebody please do that edit? Can somebody please do that edit? Can you take that? And can you do the Megamind? No, son. No recycling. No, David. Mom, I threw up. Shut up. That's got me messed up. Mrs. Trapp, I think you're probably in a way correct. I think you're probably like correct. No bedtime. No bedtime. Why does he look like that? Okay, sorry. It's good stuff. That's good stuff.
show us the truth is a little more nuanced. So
Yeah.
let's jump into our unfinished helpful carts, friends, because we've got to get to the bottom of this and figure out whether William and Henry invented anything or whether they are just complete frauds.
Well, I mean, William's kind of a fraud. A little.
First off, there is one important thing we have to clarify. Did William and Henry actually steal Edwin's inventions? And the short answer is no. I've mentioned in a past few theories little tidbits of information about this, but while it was clear Fazbear had some shady business practices and were actively stealing employees trying to obtain company secrets, which is not totally legal, they never actually stole Edwin's intellectual property.
Clavis, yeah.
Edwin was a contractor, and so they would have contracted him to make stuff for them,
Right.
like the demo of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that we see in the R&D department. And that whole
Right.
process would have included contracts that decided ownership, which we sadly never get to see. I can tell you though, as a former contractor myself, typically those contracts favor the client, the person who came to you to be a contractor. When I would shoot or edit
Burp. No way. The shrimp. I'm dying. Oh, God. Woo. That's gorgeous. Thank you. Oh, guys. Jeez. Okay. Sorry. Let me go back. I wasn't paying
the
attention.
person who came to you to be a contractor. When I would shoot or edit a video for someone, that would then go back to them and they would own the final product. I didn't own anything. But what about Chica, who was made for Chica's Party World, not Fazbear? Or Roxy and Foxy, who were built for Edwin's TV show idea? Those were definitely Edwin's, and Fazbear surely had no rights to them. Well, until they did. One of the text logs you can obtain is from Willie A himself. And while the message is cut off a bit at the start, the intention is very clear. Quote, software development and the entire MCM catalog. We would love to keep you on as a lead engineer. Although we now technically own the land, we would never touch the house your parents built. Afton was offering Edwin a position at Fazbear because he had just bought MCM, its remaining employees, the ground it's built on, and most importantly, its catalog of characters and inventions. Fazbear now owned everything. They never
Yeah. This is, yeah. I'm gonna speed this up a little bit, no offense. I'm not gonna do a lot, just a little. Just a little.
stole it from Edwin. They just stole all his employees, drove the business into the ground, and then bought the rights so that they could claim it as their own. But let's be honest here.
What? Still will drop Fall Fest on YouTube? Well, let's do this first. We'll look at Still right after this. Ooh, Mrs. Trap. That's a good point. I like that. Oh my god. Okay.
That's kind of a small nitpick in this whole thing. The real issue here is that we believed Henry and William were these great inventors, and yet it seems like they just kind of bought everything and didn't make any of it themselves. How could Henry claim
trapped in prisons of my making
if they weren't his making at all? So let's take a look and try to clear things up. Henry may not be the originator of most of the characters we've attributed to him over the years. R.I.P. Chica was Henry's first theory, but that doesn't mean he didn't invent any characters. From the minute you step into Murray's Costume Manor, you will find one item that appears everywhere in the facility. Pizza boxes from Fredbear's Family Diner. Now, while we are visiting MCM, the place has been abandoned for a bit. But what that means is that while the place was active, so was Fredbear's Diner, which makes sense given Fazbear Entertainment was a thing and had the means to buy MCM in the first place. They need some way to make money. We also see Fredbear and Spring Bonnie on a number of posters throughout the place, identical to the ones we found in Security Breach. But notice what we don't see throughout MCM. Despite promoting posters for the characters of Fredbear's, we never see versions of Fredbear or Bonnie within the main facility. And that is because of this line.
Every one of my creations are available for purchase or lease.
For Edwin to be able to say that, he would have to own the rights to the characters. But the fact that Bonnie and Freddy are missing implies that those two characters were not created and owned by Edwin, but instead William and Henry. Edwin has posters on the walls because there's clearly a long-standing relationship between the two companies, and based on his audio log telling us that they should
just hire some teens to wear the suits like we always do.
It seems like he has worked on the diner in some way. So the posters are just him promoting himself, going, hey, you know this successful franchise? Well, I helped make that. But he can't show any of the costumes or animatronics for Fredbear and Bonnie because he doesn't own the rights. They were created and owned by William and Henry. So, nice big tick for them there. But that leads us into the big discussion around Fazbear.
Spring lock assembly may be required.
No! No!
Hazards that could
Are you
cause
kidding me?
Oh my god!
I'm so sad at how angry they are. I think that this is something that's so, like, I don't know. I'm hung up on it because I'm like, if your fandom reacts this way to something that you reveal, like, I don't know if that's good. Like, the big reveals should be things that we go like, oh, what? Not what? What is anime right now? What is this? What is this? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Henry didn't
Oh
even
my
invent
god!
the
Oh my
Springlocks.
god!
Did Edwin invent the spring locks? Before this point, we've been under the impression that it was Henry who invented the spring locks, as during the Silver Eyes trilogy, we're pretty
Why am I crazy? Why is the thumbnail to this not an Afton? Am I crazy? Did I click on the right video? On the correct video? Yeah. Why is it this thumbnail? Are they gonna get to it? I would love for them to get to it. Okay, okay,
Hold
thank
that
you,
out,
Seeker.
right? Quote, these are spring locks, one of the first ones Henry made. But now in Secret of the Mimic, we see plenty of spring lock suits. We see messages about Edwin making them, and we even get to travel around inside them, which is kinda horrifying. However, there is one big detail that stands out pretty quickly, which made me reconsider whether this was another acquired contraption. The fact that we cannot be killed by the spring locks. Spring lock suits are notoriously finicky, causing fatal injury at the first sign of sudden movement or water, and yet we managed to fall through an entire floor and yet sustain no injuries. It's almost as if they are not the same kind of spring locks. And that
Okay, but that's not the question. Is that fair? Did Edwin invent spring locks? Yeah. Yeah. Are they the same ones? No. No. Obviously not. They don't, you know, especially because, oh, we don't have a lion, a pirate lion, you know? In Five Nights at Freddy's. You know, but saying like, oh, well, then no, they didn't. It's like, okay, well, no, they tried to recreate them. They just weren't as good at it. Which is still
exactly
annoying.
the case. We receive a text log from Edwin during the game that specifically talks about updating the spring locks to sustain water damage and be okay. There's also the fact that the original spring locks were designed to be both suit and animatronic, while the new
Hold
ones
on,
seem to
Charlie, I stopped paying attention.
log from Edwin during the game that specifically talks about updating the spring locks to sustain water damage and be okay. There's also the fact that the original spring locks were designed to be both suit and animatronic, while the new ones seem to only really be suits. And finally, the versions of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie down in the R&D department, while looking somewhat like the versions we know, have colored exoskeletons made of metal, rather than the felt-based material that would stain and discolor like we know from modern Springtrap. And to top that off, there's an audio log in the same area that talks about spring locks being used for a long time before this moment.
It would be so much easier to keep using the spring locks.
The fact that there have been spring locks used for Hen, while these new improved metal versions of the spring locks for Fredbear and Spring Bonnie
What? So, okay. So he's suggesting, this might make sense. Okay. So he's suggesting that the spring locks that we are used to were actually the first version, and Edwin fixed them, and Henry/William got a hold of the old version. Okay. I'm back on board. Okay.
currently only exist down here in the facility, it tells us that there are other spring-locked versions of these characters in existence, felt-based ones that use the old, water damage-prone designs. So that's it, case closed. Edwin made the new spring locks, but Henry can still have made the originals, right? Well, I really wanted that to be true. Believe me, I did. But when Ash and I went back to find all the secrets on GT Live, we discovered this message on one of the Mrs. Helpfuls to Edwin from Fiona.
I'm worried about the new suit design. One of my costumers, Vic, nearly lost his hand today. All he did was spill a can of pop and the thing snapped shut like a bear trap.
Fiona is worried about Edwin's springlock designs, and the one her team member was wearing does end up having an issue with water damage. It's almost like that text log we read earlier was a response to Fiona's request to check out the problems, because Edwin was involved in the creation of the original designs. This isn't the only time Fiona is worried about Edwin rushing out designs that later cause problems either.
You have a lot of new ideas and new projects coming in. The staff can't keep up with all your changes. But I think you need to step back a little and focus on one project at a time.
This is a
Fiona, he's not gonna listen to you. He's not gonna listen to anybody but himself.
pattern of behavior for Edwin. He sprints through dozens of projects, moving on to the next one so fast that his previous invention isn't fully finished.
Bro needs the ADHD
medication.
medication.
Like in the text logs. And so the idea that these springlock suits that were incredibly dangerous and faulty were also Edwin's creations actually makes a lot of sense for his character. And yes, there
Right.
is a chance that
I'm
the original
sorry,
springlocks
girly.
were potentially a collaboration between both Henry and Edwin. But right now, I'm just not sure the evidence is there. The books say that Henry was the inventor of the springlocks, but that's a very different continuity. The games have never made that claim. The closest we get is...
Guys,
My making.
don't say anything mean about Edwin. It's not allowed. You're not allowed. He's a sympathetic character, and we should all feel very bad for him.
But right now, I'm just not sure the evidence is there. The books say that Henry was the inventor of the springlocks, but that's a very different continuity. The games have never made that claim. The closest we get is...
Prisons of my making.
But here, Henry is talking about the normal animatronics, the ones that Edwin never fit.
Hey, you don't know that. I don't like that. Oh, well, he's for sure. He's for sure talking about that. We don't know. People are still speculating on what exactly he's talking about. Prisons of my making. He's probably talking about that, though. Deadwind's crazy.
Finished. And so you could plausibly say that Henry was the one who made them. Edwin did say that Henry was the one changing the designs.
I got the change order from Hen last night. Why change it now? Now they changed their minds, but we're so close to final. New concepts are, frankly, creepy.
But he never mentioned springlocks. That doesn't make this a retcon. It's just a realigning of our understanding between the different continuities of these characters, which is basically what Secret of the Mimic did with all of the book continuities. In the novel trilogy, Henry made the springlocks, but in the games, it was Edwin. Who knows? Maybe it'll turn out to be Afton in the movies. But thanks to the company failing and Edwin's eventual demise, the new springlocks for Fazbear's characters were never finished. Fazbear just had to keep using Edwin's old designs, so I guess you could say that it was Karma that got Afton in the end. In more ways.
Karma. Who's doing these subtitles? Who's doing these captions? Calmer that got Afton in the end? Yeah. Karma. Oh, and I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm very salty about Edwin, and I don't know why I can't get over it, but I'm just not over it. Oh, certainly not. If we're looking on a scale, I don't know. It wasn't as good as Henry's hard for me because we know so little about Game Henry. The captioner doesn't understand British is hilarious. This isn't the first time they've messed up. I keep noticing it. Afton took his Xanax. Yep. He got too chill. My man's got too chill. That was his one mistake. Okay.
Than one. And speaking of good old Willie A, what did he actually do? I mean, we've always known he's a bit of a scumbag, so I don't think his lack of inventions would be all that surprising. But just like I think we can still credit Henry with the creation of the normal animatronics, I think there are a couple of things Afton can be credited with creating himself, namely the Funtime animatronics and the Scoop. In Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator, we found blueprints for these devices, and
The
they all
Scooper.
have copyright
Not the
attributed
Scoop.
to Afton Robotics. Of course, we know that Foxy isn't his OC, that one firmly belongs to Edwin and Fiona.
Not
and the
his
whole
OC.
Stomach Hatch design definitely borrows from Edwin's springlock designs. But the animatronic part, the weird wiry bodies, we don't see anything like that from Edwin. The Scoop also, of course, bears resemblance to the springlock crane that we found
it is
in
just called the
MCM
Scoop.
and that we then saw in Ruin.
Never
They
mind.
have the ability to
I'm
scoop
wrong.
something out of a costume or springlock.
I'm the one who's living in the Mandela effect. I messed up. I take it back. My apologies. My sincerest apologies. Edwin had it coming for sure. Edwin is an AI. No, I can't. That's my thing. Like how am I supposed to feel bad for Edwin when he was an AI bro? Blech. It's because baby called it the scooper. Fair enough. Jax, fair enough. It's not my fault at all. Um I'm okay. A thing I saw recently, I'm not going to get heated about it, was that like we should feel bad for Edwin because his dad died and left him in charge of the company, and that was like a lot of pressure for him to be under. Okay. I don't think that that's like enough for me to go, oh, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, yes, there is a logical narrative through line to what happened. But if you want to know my thoughts about like what happens when your father suddenly dies and you have to fill those shoes, and the company doesn't really trust you, and you don't know if you really want to do things the same way that your dad did things, but you're in charge of the company and there are a lot of people looking up to you, watch the movie Kinky Boots. Watch the movie Kinky Boots. I'm going to say it one more time. If you want to know how to handle that, including a world where like the main character is sympathetic but is still has a learning to do, has a growing to do, watch Kinky Boots. It's like to a T, same setup. To a T. Kinky Boots. Dad owns a company. A shoe making factory. Right? Dies. And is like the guy. Sorry, there's a siren. I mean, it's attached to a vehicle, certainly. Okay. Kinky Boots. Dad dies. Dad was like well loved, respected by all the employees. Son is now an owner of the company, right? Nepo baby kind of energy, and is completely out of his depth. Completely out of his depth. Has no idea what to do. Mind you, he also doesn't have a wife. Well, yeah, I think he has potentially like a fiance or something. I don't know. I can't remember that part of the movie off the top of my head. There's a lot going on. But anyway, but he doesn't have a Fiona. I should say it like that. He doesn't have a Fiona like Edwin does. But everybody like immediately hates him. Okay, they don't trust him to run the company at all, and he's not confident that he can do it anyway. Okay, and he's super upset and scared about how to move this company forward, right? And basically is like, all these people are gonna like hate me forever and what. The rest of the movie is like him growing up, basically, and figuring out how he wants to handle the company. And it's a really, really good movie. And it requires the main character to listen to other people. It requires him to put down his pride. It requires him to, Jesus, what is going on? You know what? Sometimes I think people wait to get into a car accident or commit a crime or need to go to the hospital. I think they wait until I'm streaming. Okay, so we've had the fire truck and the ambulance. Let's see how long before the cop needs to drive by. Anyway, I'll shut up now. But watch Kinky Boots, because that man is just an Edwin if I've ever seen one. And he manages to not get to a point where he's, you know, inadvertently causing the death of others and completely losing control over his life and things like that, you know. There's ups and downs for sure. But I think, like, the important thing we have to remember is that Edwin didn't learn a lesson. It's possible, Burb. It's totally possible. All right. Sorry.
Pizzeria Simulator, we found blueprints for these devices, and they all have copyright attributed to Afton Robotics. Of course, we know that Foxy isn't his OC, that one firmly belongs to Edwin and Fiona, and the whole stomach hatch design definitely borrows from Edwin's Springlock designs. But the animatronic part, the weird wiry bodies, we don't see anything like that from Edwin. The scoop also, of course, bears resemblance to the Springlock crane that we find in MCM, and that we then saw in Ruin. They have the ability to scoop something out of a costume or Springlock suit or whatever, but all the stuff about remnant injection and storage, that's all Afton, baby. Which means at this point, we're pretty even. Edwin did make a lot of stuff that we thought were Henry and William, but that doesn't mean they were completely incompetent or unable to make stuff themselves. However, there is one more thing
Hi,
we
Zeta.
need to discuss. One more invention that, if it was claimed by Afton, could affect the entire timeline as we know it. You see, everyone, and I mean everyone who
Time traveling ball pit.
played this game or watched someone else play it have been very quick to point out the similarities between David Murray and Afton's son, the Crying Child. The most obvious similarity is their name. Thanks to a friend of the channel Hyperdroid and a handful of other theorists, last year we came to the conclusion that Crying Child's real name was also David Afton. But there's so much more to it than just a name. Their bedrooms look almost identical, and both of those bedrooms are in houses on top of a hill near a tree and near their father's work. They're both missing mother figures in their lives, with fathers who spend too much time working. One of the collectibles we get is David Murray's purple plastic telephone, the same one we see in David Afton's bedroom, along with a bunch of other similar toys. David Afton is famously scared of Foxy, having ripped off the head of the Foxy plushie, and his brother Michael bullying him wearing a Foxy mask. David Murray also is afraid of the pirate Fox, crying when Edwin uses one of the Foxy hand puppets on his first birthday.
Well, calling that Foxy's kind of crazy. Am I right? But either way, I mean, still, right?
Oh, honey, you're scaring him.
Both of them even have a birthday party for them coming up on a Saturday, only for them to die on that same birthday. Everything about these two feels identical to a strange degree, almost as if they're the same person. But obviously, as I've mentioned, David Murray is dead, so they cannot physically be the same person. But you know who is still alive and kicking? The thing that was created to become David Murray, M2. And
This is what I said.
This is where we hit an interesting fork in the road. There are two ways we can look
I
at
keep
this
telling y'all
information.
this.
There's the more literal approach, where the reason these two characters feel so similar is because they are the same character. M2 takes on the role of David, and Afton adopts it as his child. Or there's the less literal approach, the idea that these similarities are actually parallels designed to point us in the direction of a different kind of Fazbear theft, that they took more than Edwin's creations. They claimed his entire story. And because this is the big finale, I wanted to do something special here. Secret of the Mimic has been all about getting us to re-evaluate our past theories, our past ways of thinking. It showed us that we can't hold on to theories too tightly, that we need to be open-handed and explore all the possible options to us. And so, rather than stand here and try to
Heel, I have a theory about that.
convince you that one interpretation is right over the other, I wanted to present you with both options. Explore the repercussions and flaws of each of them so that you can come to your own conclusion.
This video's
so
over.
On the left is the ending where David Afton is M2, and on the right is the ending where Fazbear is trying to rewrite history. So go ahead, make your choice.
That's what they mean by it's up to you. This video has 24 more minutes for me to watch. Great. Okay, because here's the deal. Okay. This is what, okay, remember guys, when I gotta take my earrings off because the headphones are hurting them. We're gonna take a break. We'll come back to this just because it's 24 more minutes of the same video basically. But remember when I said I'm scared about FNAF, right? Where is it? I hope I'm wrong about this. This video right here, where I basically say this, where not the exact same, because this is before Secret of the Mimic came out, so we don't have as much information. But when as things, you know, we saw these parallels where I talk about that, where I'm like, oh, they're trying to retcon William Afton at all. They're trying to retcon William Afton entirely, throwing this entire story out there to make some like freaky thing, because what they're really trying to hide is the mimic technology. And so it makes more sense to like make up this like rumor about the murders being a guy who can be the fall guy, whether, you know, it's a story or whatever, right? Oh, we'll make up this story so that people are like, oh, it was this killer, and not, no, it's the entire technology that the entire franchise is run under, and we are continuing to use it. Not to mention, when his son died, the first thing he said was, I didn't even get to teach him how to build things. What happened to playing make-believe or going to the park? Aw, I didn't even think about that. Edwin using puppet and distressing David. Yeah. The pizzeria simulator location is beneath the Pizzaplex, though. What is that? I don't know what that's related to. I don't know what that's related to. But I was like, oh, they're like retconning so much of the story to come back and say it was actually this other thing. And I'm like, I don't want it to not be that William was the killer. Like, I thought of all the things that we understood about this franchise. Surely we knew that William Afton was a killer, you know? But I guess we don't know anything. I hope not. I mean that if Pizzeria Simulator happened, then the rest of the story has to as well, or it doesn't make sense. Maybe. Yeah, like everything is the mimic heel. I mean, Secret, like, I think there's a part of where you're, you know, I think there's a direction I can go with what you're saying that's correct. That, yes, I agree with you. I do agree with you. But they can just retcon the reason that that building is there. They can just retcon what Pizzeria Simulator was, or what that building was, you know, and that Pizzeria Simulator was just the story that we were told was, again, just a game. But Willie A does exist. I didn't say he doesn't exist. I said he wasn't a serial killer. Yeah, like, he's still arrested. He's the fall guy. Do you know what I mean when I say he's the fall guy? He's the fall guy. He didn't actually do it, but they pin it on him so that so that everybody thinks, oh, we took care of it. Yeah, Burb, that's what I'm talking about. But you know what I'm saying? So it's like my opinion or my thought process is on the Fall Fest guy. Get out. I'm joking. Don't really leave. But I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't know. My brain is mush. Whatever. But like, it's just not cute, and I don't like it. And I hope that that's not what they're doing, because I don't like it. All right, we'll keep this up. We'll come back to this, but I want to look at, this is what you guys were talking about, just so everybody shuts up. Yeah, they uploaded it. Okay, Maybe there's a secret in there. Who knows? It's a whole hour long. There might be a secret in there. Here, let me do a little bit of this. Scrubby, 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 scrubby. The windmill spins. Scrub. Oh, what was that? Scrubby, scrubby. It looks like just leaves. Oh, something pops in. Something pops in. I think it's Dreadbear. Look. Oh no! It's not Dreadbear. Look at that. That's Glamrock Freddy. That's ruined Glamrock Freddy. Or shattered Glamrock Freddy. Look at that with green eyes. That's different. That's different. What do you know? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. That's something. Let's go. Oh, God. There's something else? Oh, that's just Dreadbear. Hold on. Oh, there's a lightning. There's lightning. And then Dreadbear. Coming out of the ground. Stop to listen around 18 minutes. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do. Things keep going. Okay, we're listening. Hey, there's something going on back there too. Hey, look, it's a Grim Foxy. Princess Quest. A door? Some kind of door? Oh, it's Broken 8-Bit from the FNAF World soundtrack. Okay, yeah. I do hear that too. How would the body be positioned then? Yeah, my bad. Oh. Is this Dreadbear again? Looks like. Yeah, it's Dreadbear again. Okay, he's standing up. He tall. Okay, he's walking off. Okay, he's walking off. Does seem like there's just like a little something every once in a while. We'll just look. Why not? We're here. Why not? Oh, a lightning again. Getting another Dreadbear. If you skip to 1987, you can listen to Scott explain the entire lore. Dreadbear's your type. I love Dreadbear. My first FNAF plush that I ever got was a Dreadbear. Or a Jack O'Bonnie. It was one of these guys. Okay, Grim Foxy's back. Ooh, another hand. Right? Oh, it's a Chica hand! Doing some Cousin It action. Okay, that's Dreadbear again. Freddy. Ooh. Something happened here. Oh my God, I thought something happened there. Oh, there's some. Oh, there he is! Monty! Is the moon being red supposed to be an OMC thing? I don't know. It could just be a blood moon. Blood moons are a real thing. So, wouldn't need to be anything else. Okay, another Dreadbear. Grim. Oh. Roxy. Roxy was back there. Okay, another Dreadbear. Roxy, that's dangerous. It's funny. The mixing of the glam rocks in this is interesting though, isn't it? They have plenty of you know, characters from this era to use, so they don't need, but they sure do put him back there a lot, don't they? So it's interesting that they mix in the glam rocks. Glam rocks and Grim Foxy's there too. Since when did we start shipping Arnold with Dispatch? I'm sorry. I didn't know we did. I was unaware of this. Yeah, who is we? Is it just gonna abruptly cut off? That's embarrassing. Can't make it fade out. Aw, Daco loves it. I'll like it. Why not? Broken Glamrock Freddy with Bellora's music box starting to play. Hello. Interesting. I didn't even notice that. Oh, look here. Ruined Monty. Oh, Nurse Dolly Shadow. I missed that. Oh, I missed that. Cool. Jingling King. I love that. Moon Shadow. Oh, okay, so some of the lightnings, there's some interesting. Okay. I just need them to release VR mode. Her music box did play in the security breach trailer. You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. You are right. Okay. Who else should we watch next? Let's just type in FNAF Theory and see what we get. ID's Fantasy, that's a good one. Teaser for the next FNAF game. Where did we see that? Hey, look, it's me. Where did we see the teaser for the next FNAF game? Because that was something I was interested in. Is that a Daco video? You didn't hear? I am not. You can, Clavis. Go for it. I am not caught up. I'm very, very, very behind. On Twitter, there's hints from a music composer. Oh, it's the Leon Riskin stuff. It's the Leon Riskin stuff. Okay, we'll listen to that. Let's do ID's Fantasy. I'm very behind on her videos, and I like her stuff. Love this. Let's watch Secret of the Mimic Solves FNAF's redesign problem. I haven't watched this. I am gonna speed it up though.
These are the withered animatronics from FNAF 2. These are the classic animatronics from FNAF 1. These are the Springlock animatronics from the Silver Eyes novel trilogy, and these are early versions of the classic and Springlock animatronics in Secret of the Mimic.
Whoa, where are the captions?
Five Nights at Freddy's has had a lot of different animatronic designs at different points in the series, but while it's usually pretty easy to tell which animatronics were put to use at which locations at which points in time, that's ironically not the case for the most long-standing versions of the characters. After all, if the FNAF 1 animatronics are meant to be refurbished versions of the FNAF 2 Wizards, as FNAF 2 seems to imply, why do some of the books and games imply that the classic designs were used before FNAF 2? If we've been told that Henry Emily is the one who built the Springlock and original animatronics, why do the new characters, Edwin and Fiona Murray, seem to be behind their creation and design instead? Has Scott Cawthon started retconning the lore, or is there an answer that takes into account all the evidence that might seem contradictory? Fortunately, I think I figured out exactly what happened with these animatronics, how everything could work without causing issues from either the new or old information we've received, and how the answer has actually been in plain sight for years.
I did know that, Funny Catty. I didn't know about the Philippines thing, but I did know about Grim Foxy's hook.
But first, I just want to let you guys know that I've got a new makeshift plushie available as of the public release of this video. Alex says
I'm so sorry.
Description and pin to the topic at hand. I should probably first quickly summarize the context for the animatronics and characters I'm going to be talking about here, especially since the game has some of the information about the relevant animatronics are kind of old at this point. Happy 11th anniversary to FNAF, by the way, and Secret of the Mimic is still recent and less well known. So back when FNAF 1 came out, we were introduced to our main cast of haunted animatronics.
Yes, we were, indeed. Yes, we know that. Yes. I don't need this.
really ugly and smelled horrible, presumably because they had dead bodies of children in them. Once the FNAF 2 location gets shut down, the toys are scrapped, but the originals are said to be held onto for a future opening on a lower budget, which considering the timeline would most likely be FNAF 1. The issue here is that the Wizards and the classics not only look nothing alike from an outer design perspective, but their endoskeletons are also just entirely different. In FNAF 1, the classics have the Endo 01 model, with thinner limbs and visible wiring. Meanwhile, in FNAF 2, the endos that are used are Endo 02s, which have rings around the limbs, a pseudo ribcage, and 3 toes instead of 2. However, in spite of that, the games definitely seem to imply that they're the same animatronics, with how the Wizards are said to be the originals, and that they would be reused at a later location, and the original Five Nights at Freddy's having clearly haunted animatronics that would pretty much have to be the original ones that got haunted. How does that work if they're physically entirely different animatronics, you might ask? Well, I have an answer, but that's going to be after the context, so just hold on to that question for a bit. Either way, there's the location where the missing children incident happened. The animatronics got possessed, presumably ended up as the broken withered animatronics in FNAF 2, and then as the classics in FNAF 1. Other stuff might have happened in there, but we'll get to that later. Then FNAF 3 introduced us to the concept of Springlock suits. There were 2 Springlock suits at Freddy's, Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, which could be animatronics or have the animatronic parts held to the sides of the costume by Springlocks. If the Springlocks were to fail, the parts move back to their original locations regardless of whether or not there was a person inside. This is what happens to William Afton in FNAF 3's Follow Me minigames, where William breaks the animatronics in the FNAF 1 location before getting chased by the spirits of his victims into the Spring Bonnie suit. Meanwhile, Fredbear was the predecessor to Golden Freddy, as shown by the similar coloration and design, as well as Golden Freddy and Ultimate Custom Night providing a Fredbear jump scare under certain circumstances. The difference in their appearances can likely be attributed to whatever design modifications happened with the Wizards in the classics, considering there's a Withered and classic iteration of Golden Freddy. Eventually, the Silver Eyes novel trilogy and Pizzeria Simulator game came out and introduced us to Henry Emily. While the Silver Eyes books may be a different continuity from the games, they are still canon in the sense of the overall franchise, and in those books we find out that Henry Emily was William Afton's business partner, and the two of them ran Fredbear's Family Diner and its successor, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. William was primarily the business-savvy guy, and while he could do animatronics, Henry was the real mastermind behind them, and he created both the Springlock and standard animatronics. Pizzeria Simulator re-emphasizes this when, in a recording in the Insanity ending, Henry talks about small souls trapped in prisons of his making. Since Henry doesn't exactly have a reason to lie about making the animatronics in a recording that he didn't plan for anyone to listen to, as shown by how listening to it gets the player character chucked into a mental institution to make them seem crazy, this seemed to solidify Henry as the creator of all the early animatronics except for the fun times, which were made by William through Afton Robotics. Then Secret of the Mimic came out and revealed that a new character, Edwin Murray, and his company, Murray's Costume Manor, were working on something called the Fazbear Project in the 70s before Freddy Fazbear's Pizza existed. In the underground research and development portion of the building, there's a prototype of the FNAF 1 location that has Springlock models of Fredbear, Bonnie, this random dog guy named Bub, and Monty from Security Breach, as well as prototype models of the classic animatronics with Endo 01 model endoskeletons. Various messages and recordings reveal that Edwin was friends with Henry and probably also William, considering Edwin mentions friends plural at one point, and Edwin and his wife Fiona designed the animatronics found in the Proto-Freddy's location, though it might have been his mimic wife at that point, but who knows. Anyway, while working on the Fazbear Project, Edwin made the Springlock suits only to be told that they were going to
Hold on.
plural at one point, and Edwin and his wife Fiona designed the animatronics found in the Proto-Freddy's location, though it might have been his mimic wife at that point, but who knows. Anyway, while working on the Fazbear Project, Edwin made the Springlock suits only to be told that they were going to be switching to regular animatronics, much to his confusion and dismay, but Fiona then created new character designs that Edwin thought were great, only for Fazbear to come back and show him different, creepier designs that they wanted to use while Edwin was almost done in production, and Edwin refused. Then somewhere along the line, Fazbear Entertainment bought out his failing company after draining all his resources and poaching his employees, which meant they could yoink all the stuff he was working on and use it for whatever they wanted. Understandably, this was pretty shocking, considering we've been told for years that Henry is the one who made the animatronics, only for Secret of the Mimic to come in and seemingly say that Edwin and Fiona were the ones who did it instead, which, considering Scott Cawthon is listed as the writer of Secret of the Mimic, seems a bit weird since in a Reddit post he made a bit before Pizzeria Simulator came out, he mentioned not retconning things on a whim out of respect for the fanbase. To be fair, the usage of retcon is most likely referring to contradicting additions to the lore rather than just new lore that changes our perspective of things, which is technically the actual definition of the word, but based on Scott's usage of the term, it seems to be referring to the contradictions. Because there have been a lot of things with each game that have come out that have changed our perspective on things, but that's besides the point. While I know a lot of people think Scott does retcon the lore in terms of contradicting stuff that's already established, I prefer to take Scott at his word that he doesn't retcon things on a whim, because if he does actually put a bunch of stuff to contradict just because he feels like it, that would mean pretty much everything in the franchise can't be trusted at all, which would make theorizing kind of pointless. Fortunately, I think there's an explanation for this supposed contradiction that keeps Henry's claims of creating the animatronics intact while accounting for Edwin's contributions.
For what it's worth, I absolutely can believe that Scott is a huge troll. Mrs. Trapp, you're kind of right. But I'm also watching it a little faster than normal, which isn't helpful. But it seems like we are getting into the meat of things now. Bub is short for Bubbles. I sure hope so.
But also explains some of the more confusing parts of how and why the Freddy's gang changed over time while still retaining their haunted status. Between the classics, Wizards, and Springlock animatronics, the Springlocks are probably
Wizards!
retaining their haunted status. Between the classics, Wizards, and Springlock animatronics, the Springlocks are probably the easiest to explain. After all, we have some good evidence that the Springlock animatronics were made by both Edwin and Henry, with Henry probably being the one to create the initial designs. For one thing, when talking about how Hen sent a change order about switching from Springlock suits to normal animatronics, Edwin mentions that it would be easier to keep using the Springlocks and just hire some teens to wear the suits like we always do. The usage of we implies that there's some sort of collaborative effort.
Who's doing that? If it's AI, what would make you think that they're talking about the Wii console and not WE?
Using the Springlocks and just hire some teens to wear the suits like we always do. The usage of we implies that there's
the usage of we. We have, as a society, we can't stand for this. I am often using we. Exactly, Tarian. Scott totally could just be a troll and be like, oh, no, I haven't retconned anything. Liar. Liar. We live in a society. I'm done. Harrison, exactly. Not the ding-danged we. Good God. Capitalizing everything. Ridiculous. The usage of we. Sad. That's embarrassing.
some sort of collaborative effort or joint creatorship and usage between Henry and Edwin on the Springlock.
I think that makes sense.
While most of the blueprints for various animatronics and costumes that can be found around the costume manor have MCM branding on them, there's one that doesn't for a more basic version of the Captain Springlock suit that's used in the Foxy Puppet Show. I think that this shows that someone unaffiliated with Murray's costume manor was most likely the source of this blueprint and the original Springlock suit designs. As such, it stands to reason that Henry's probably the source of this blueprint when we account for other canon material indicating him as a Springlock suit.
The royal
Since he and Edwin were friends on a nickname basis, and Fazbear clearly hired MCM to do work for them, I think it would make a lot of sense for Henry to share those blueprints with Edwin so that he would be able to help develop the Springlock suits and characters for use in Fazbear locations. After all, William and Henry building every single thing for every single location as the business expanded while also running Fredbear's and getting ready for Freddy's to open wouldn't be super realistic. But what's to say this joint effort still didn't result in Edwin building the animatronics for Freddy's? Well, for one thing, the Springlock suits in Secret of the Mimic don't operate the same way as the ones that Henry presumably built for Freddy's. FNAF 3 establishes that the suits at Freddy's work by using a hand crank to push the animatronic parts to the sides of the suit, which I think could be what this little doohickey on the Captain Springlock blueprint is. However, the fancy Captain suit that we see in Secret of the Mimic instead needs to be energized before it can be worn. Something interesting that we're essentially told through Secret of the Mimic is that Edwin created new Springlock suits that were safer to wear. There's a message from Fiona to Edwin where she talks about one of her costumes.
Right, we heard this in the Tom video.
Soda on the mechanisms, and presumably some point later, Edwin sends her a message about new Springlocks that work well even with water damage. I think these are both pieces of evidence to show that Edwin built on Henry's initial blueprints to create better versions of the Springlocks for the characters. Maybe if William and Henry hadn't screwed Edwin over and actually used his suit designs, William wouldn't have been done in by the leaky ceiling that most likely caused the Springlock failure in the Follow Me minigames. Additionally, the Springlock suits in Proto Freddy's don't really look like they match the versions of the characters we usually see in the games. Maybe you could say the Fredbear one looks kind of like what we see in FNAF 4's 8-bit minigames in terms of the jaw hinge, but its ears and teeth are different. This is the same set of minigames where Michael Afton's skin tone changes from light to dark randomly. And when we see Ultimate Custom Night Fredbear, we can see that Fredbear looks a whole lot like classic Freddy Fazbear. Maybe Henry and Edwin collaborated on the original Fredbear design or something, but eventually Fredbear ended up looking like what we see in UCN before getting a slight palette swap to become Golden Freddy. Either way, the Bonnie side of things just looks entirely different between what Edwin made and what we actually see of the Spring Bonnie suit. So between that and how Edwin's Springlocks worked differently and didn't have issues with water damage, when it sure seems like the ones that Freddy's did, it seems like Edwin's Springlock designs weren't used by Henry and William. So as far as I can tell, the Springlock suits that go on to become Golden Freddy and Springtrap are still made by Henry. So if that's the Springlocks, what about the main quartet? Unfortunately, they're a bit more complicated considering they go through two different designs.
I just thought of something though. If one of the Springlock designs is dangerous and the other one isn't, and William bought all of MCM, then why in heaven's name would they use the ones that suck? Doesn't it make, in my opinion, doesn't it make more sense that they just couldn't, like, that Edwin was able to fix this problem, but that they couldn't, like, rebuild them that way? Like, they just could not get it to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, doesn't it make more sense that they just, like, could not get them to work as well as Edwin could get them to work. Yeah, Mrs. Trapp. That's what I'm saying. It's like, doesn't it make more sense that, like, it's not that Henry just had this old design and they didn't have, like, you know, I feel like it makes more sense that the reason that they use crappy ones isn't because, like, they just only had access to the first design. Yeah, exactly. A cost-cutting measure, for sure. That all makes more sense to me than being like, oh, well, it's just that Henry just made this other version. It's like, I doubt it, you know? I doubt it.
Designs on both an outer and internal level, but in a way that actually makes things easier, at least from the standpoint of who made what. Edwin is the creator of classic animatronic prototypes we see around the location, with Fiona presumably being behind the classic designs, since Edwin did refuse to go with the creepier concepts Fazbear wanted. Which, like, yeah, Fazbear was intentionally screwing him over, but I don't really think it works to be contracted to do something for someone and then deliberately go against the wishes of the company you're doing the work for. Anyway, while the outer shells for the prototype classics are clearly unfinished and would have had to either be modified or rebuilt for when they actually ended up used, unless Henry built new endoskeletons from scratch as well that just happened to be identical to the ones Edwin made, calling them prisons of his making is a bit of a stretch, and would raise the question of why we would even be shown that Edwin made these in the first place. That being said, that only accounts for the FNAF 1 versions of the animatronics. I've always thought it was a little weird from an in-universe perspective that the earlier game in the timeline between FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 has the Endo 02 model of the animatronics, while FNAF being set afterwards has Endo 01. Yeah, FNAF 1 as a game existed first, but it's not like that's the case for the characters. However, that numbering system would make a lot more sense if Edwin first made the Endo 01 models, then Henry made the Endo 02s afterwards, along with the creepier designs that were probably the Wizards. There is an Endo 02 foot on a shelf in Edwin's house, which I point out for the sake of being thorough here, but my thought here is that it's probably kind of like the Springlock blueprints. All it is a single foot, and the actual animatronics that got made don't match, so I think it could be a case where Henry might have provided stuff as reference materials. Or maybe Henry just stole a singular foot for whatever reason, or this could be around as a prop model that Steelwool took from a previous game, but both of those feel less like.
Considering it's labeled Withered Bonnie Endo with eyes, it definitely seems to be reused, but I doubt it was random. Hard to say what exactly it means, though. Fair enough. Potentially Tyrion. I think it just makes more sense that they were just like, no, it's too expensive. Just, you know, do the cheaper version. Like, I just feel like that's tracked so much better with the way that everything else in this story is being told.
Likely to make. Either way, if the Wither designs and the Endo 02 models were the ones Fazbear wanted to use, and Edwin refused to change what he had because he liked Fiona's designs, which had been fully approved up until the final phases of construction, it would make sense at first glance that after Edwin and MCM went under, Henry just fully built functional versions of the withered animatronics, endoskeletons, and designs, and used those instead. Those get possessed, eventually become the classics after FNAF 2 because the withereds were broken, and voila, Henry's creations become the haunted FNAF 1 animatronics. However, I did say at first glance for a reason. As nice as it would be to just neatly separate things like that, there are a lot of indications that the first designs used at Freddy's were in fact the classics.
So
FNAF
true,
2 has
understood.
of night cutscenes called Dreams in the Files that show the classic animatronics, Golden Freddy and the puppet, presumably as flashbacks to when the animatronics got possessed after the missing children incident, and the puppet was involved with giving them life. Additionally, in the FNAF 1 prequel book, the week before, Phone Guy's narration mentions, in relation to Freddy, that he's glad to see they restored the vintage animatronic with his classic look, implying that the original look of Freddy matched FNAF 1. Plus, as much as I think Into the Pit is its own sort of spin-off timeline, which I talk about more in a previous video of mine, it is still technically canon in the sense of FNAF as a whole, and is based on a book series that Scott Cawthon said would fill in some of the blanks to the lore. And it shows the classic animatronics as the ones that existed in 1985 when the missing children incident happened. Memory distortion shenanigans or not, we can't see the outline for the Waller of the classics that we see in the 85 version of the pizzeria while in the present, and just blaming everything on memory distortion feels kind of like a cop-out. They could have made them the Wizards if they were meant to be the Wizards, but they didn't. This, of course, leads to the awkward situation of the Murray versions of the animatronics seeming to be the ones that get possessed.
I agree,
and yeah, Henry might have
Catastrophe.
messed with them and finished creating the costumes, but Prisons of My Making feels like taking way too much credit, unless it wasn't the Murray designs after all. At least not entirely. In order for Henry to not be lying, and I don't think he is, he needs to have built the original animatronics that get possessed. Additionally, those animatronics need to somehow stay possessed throughout FNAF 2 and FNAF 1, despite having both their endoskeletons and outer casings switched out entirely between those two games. And the thing is, we've actually been shown how that might work. In Into the Pit, there are various endoskeletons that show up during the game, and when I saw them for the first time, I assumed they were Springlock endos because there was a kid trapped inside one. The thing is, this isn't a Springlock endoskeleton. This is an Endo 02. All of the endoskeletons are Endo 02s. They've got 6 ribs, the 3-toed feet, the bands around the arms. The only place where Endo 01 is depicted is in the sketchbook that Oswald gets from Gabrielle, who got it from either her grandpa or uncle, depending on which which in-game text you decide to believe. Which begs the question, why would the 85 Freddy's have so many Endo 02 models if the classics were the ones being used? Well, recently, a trailer for the FNAF 2 movie came out, and one set of clips that stood out to me was the one where we see Mike's sister Abby building a small robot that turns out to be a miniature classic Chica. The thing is, while this Chica's endoskeleton for the most part seems to be mostly its own thing, with gaps between pieces in the upper arms and a battery pack in the torso instead of what you'd expect from a life-size animatronic, Chica's hands aren't the Endo 01 model, they're Endo 02s. The FNAF movie might not be the same timeline as the games, but for there to be an Endo 02 hand on Chica in the trailer for the movie that was being worked on at the same time as Secret of the Mimic, it feels like it should be deliberate. Why give Chica an Endo 02 hand in the movie and an entire Endo 02 endoskeleton in Into the Pit?
Interesting. Hi, Blue Star. Darnak, what if the MCM ones were old suits and only suits? Freddy's ones would be the efficient ones. The suit animatronic combo. Oh, Darnak, that's not a bad thought. Okay, unless
you're trying to imply that there was a point where the Freddy's animatronics had the classic designs, but Endo 02 endoskeletons.
I mean, like, that's not so bad. Like, I could see totally, like, they're just, like, being able to fit the exos onto those new endos.
If that's the case, everything suddenly makes a lot more sense. If Henry built the Endo 02 endoskeletons and used the MCM prototypes as a reference for finishing the non-creepy designs that did get approved and made it almost all the way through production, not only would Henry then have...
Okay, I'm gonna put it back on 1 speed, because I do need to try to understand what I'm hearing right now. Hi, just a guy. Okay.
Henry built the Endo 02 endoskeletons and used the MCM prototypes as a reference for finishing the non-creepy designs that did get approved and made it almost all the way through production. Not only would Henry then have ground to stand on for saying they're prisons of his making, but it would also explain how those spirits would have still been anchored to those animatronics, despite changing entirely on both an internal and external level between FNAF 2 and FNAF 1. When William killed the kids and put their bodies in the animatronics, the spirits wouldn't have just haunted the endoskeletons, but the casing as well. After all, possession in the FNAF universe is most common when it comes to metal, and we hear from Phone Guy in FNAF 1 that the problem with getting caught by the animatronics and stuffed into a Freddy suit is that the suits themselves have various mechanical parts, especially around the face. As such, it wouldn't just be the endoskeletons that ended up haunted, but the suits as well. This is actually backed up by the scrapped Fazbear Fright story, You're the Band, where a mother buys her kid a Freddy head for his birthday because the kid really liked Freddy's, and it turned out that it was actually the head of the Freddy that was possessed. When the kid put the head on, he ended up possessed by the spirit that was in Freddy up until the head was put back on him after he snuck out to...
I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry. That's so sad. Well, my heart's with you. Goodness gracious. I'm glad if I can do anything at all. When my dad passed away, I watched FNAF videos to get through it. So I understand that. I don't know, for some reason it's just so, I think it's just because the world maybe is so convoluted, it's very easy to like fixate on it and dig into all of the little nooks and crannies. But I'm so sorry, and I you know, grief isn't linear. You know, grief is not linear. That's the only thing I really know how to say to people who are grieving, because it's just not linear. And, you know, you're going to have good days and bad days, and I'm sorry about it. All right.
To Freddy's, and the spirit went back to the head. But either that wasn't Freddy, actually the head of the Freddy that was possessed.
Oh, right.
When the kid put the head on, he ended up possessed by the spirit that was in Freddy up until the head was put back on him after he snuck out to Freddy's, and the spirit went back to the head. But either way, if it was both the suits and the endoskeletons that were possessed, it's no wonder that both the Withered and classic animatronics were haunted. The Withered still had the haunted Endo 02s, while the classics had the haunted suits, all sourced from the same original haunted animatronics that had both. As for why they didn't just leave the designs and endos as they were instead of mismatching them, I have a potential explanation. For the initial swap from the classic designs to the Withereds, I think that might have been a way to deal with the whole thing mentioned in one of the secret FNAF 1 news articles about how Freddy's was threatened with shutdown over sanitation, since not only did the animatronics smell like rotting corpses, but there was blood and mucus around the eyes and mouths of the costumes. Switching from the original costumes to different, albeit creepier, withered design concepts that Fazbear had from when they sent them off to Edwin would have been a way to try and deal with the problem. This would mean that the costumes got taken off the animatronics, which would reveal the kids' bodies, but honestly, I don't think that would actually change anything. After all, it doesn't seem like the bodies are there as of FNAF 2 or FNAF 1, so they would have been taken out at some point, and Fazbear Entertainment is far from above covering up deaths. This is the same company that knowingly sent a bunch of technicians to their death in the lead up to Secret of the Mimic, told their employees to go bleed out in the safe room if they got spring locked, and then sealed off those safe rooms without letting people go in to get their belongings, presumably to hide the dead body there that they didn't want people to see. For those who believe the safe rooms getting sealed wasn't because of William Afton's dead body, maybe they just left the corpses that were in the animatronics back there after they got taken out of the animatronics, and they sealed the room to keep them hidden or something. I don't think that's the case personally, but to each their own. Either way, I would not put it past Fazbear to cover up the fact that they found the bodies of the kids in the animatronics. And
I mean, totally. Like, she's totally right there. Like, absolutely. If they found them, they totally would have covered up. They wouldn't have been like, oh, we found them. No, absolutely not. Not Fazbear Entertainment.
Taking them out wouldn't make them any less haunted or necessarily get rid of the corpse smell on the endoskeletons themselves. Eventually, FNAF 2 rolls around, and after trying to retrofit the Wizards with new technology, they decide they're ugly and smelly and just use them for parts instead. Then the FNAF 2 location gets shut down, the toys are scrapped, and the Wizards are brought over to the FNAF 1 location for when Freddy's would reopen on their significantly reduced budget. That smaller budget is what I think factors into the change between FNAF 2 and FNAF 1. The way I see it, at first they just try to fix up the Wizards and use them there. After all, despite the rundown condition of the building in the Follow Me minigames, which could—
Not a kitty. This is a doggy. I'm a dog. I'm just a dog. I'm a Zeke. Check him out. Say hi. Say hi, Zeke. Say hi. He's a good boy. He's been sitting over here wanting to get in my lap, but he wasn't confident, so I had to get him real confident. Yeah, I need to get confident.
up the Wizards and use them there. After all, despite the rundown condition of the building in the Follow Me minigames, which could be blamed on how Phone Guy said the old location was left to rot and how most people believe that FNAF 1 was the original Freddy's location, the animatronics in the minigames have buttons like their withered versions. While this could just be brushed off as a design mistake, I personally don't believe that's the case because it would have been incredibly easy for Scott to not go out of his way to put buttons on animatronics that weren't supposed to have them. As for Classic Freddy and FNAF World having buttons, which is a common piece of counter evidence I've heard, I think that's actually because FNAF World takes place at the time of the Follow Me minigames where Freddy has buttons. Hence why the clock ending involves setting it up, which honestly just tells me that the buttons are a very intentional detail. Because of this and how I think it makes the most sense for the Phone Guy call about stealing the safe room in the game about the guy who is found in a sealed up safe room to be about hiding the guy in the sealed up safe room, and how Phone Guy dies in FNAF 1, I put the Follow Me minigames, including William Afton's destruction of the animatronics, as taking place before FNAF 1. And I gotta say, all of your animatronics being broken into pieces on the floor would be an excellent reason to dust off the other stuff you have in storage so that you can still open. And if not because the animatronics were broken on the floor, maybe the withers were already considered too damaged even right after FNAF 2 to be repaired. Either way, why bother paying someone to fix them or try tracking down the guy who made them before disappearing off of the face of the earth for decades after his daughter died, when good old Edwin Murray left a bunch of Endo 01 endoskeletons in his old building that Fazbear took possession of, and the costumes for the classics are still around. Just stick the old classic casings on the Endo 01s and you've got yourself some haunted animatronics to use at your Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Or I may be misinterpreting this entirely. Either way, I think it would make a lot of sense for this to be the case, but let me know what you guys think in the comments. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to check out the Alex plushie while you—
Well. Oh no, Mrs. Trapp. Is it dumb of me to feel such hate for a fictional company? No. No. This was good. I think I like it. I think I like it. Hey, somebody in the comments has got the same thought as us, where it's like, we just think, like, or as some of us, where it's like, the better spring lock suits were just too expensive to continue to operate. Strong sense of justice, gang. Let's go. Okay. Let me go back to normal chatting for a second. One, so you can see my sweet baby boy. One, so you get to see my sweet boy. And two, because I'm going to order pizza. He's a sickle boy. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. New pet? No. He's not new. I've had him for, how long have I had you? 2023 is when we got him. 2023, huh? Had you since 2023. End of 2023. He just doesn't, obviously, he doesn't come up here as much because he's a dog. He's not really interested in sitting in my lap while I'm doing other things. He wants all the attention if he's in my lap. He's also covered in sap right now, so he needs a bath. But we'll deal with that later. Yeah, he's a miniature schnauzer. He's a mini schnauzer. He's got pretty short hair right now, but it is what it is. It's hard to keep his undercoat. Oh, Chihuahua mix. It's hard to keep his undercoat good and taken care of because he just gets stuck in the grass so much. Okay, I don't know. Where should I get pizza from? Domino's or Papa John's? Technically, I could also get Little Caesars, but I don't know if I want to do that to myself. Let's see if they have any deals going on, Little Caesars. Does he wear sweaters? He does. Do you wear sweaters? Do you wear wigs? Will you wear wigs? Has the Fredbear talked to you yet? Not yet. Oh my god. You prefer Domino's? Oh my gosh. Okay, you're being needy. You're being needy. You are. You are being needy. I'm not even logged in. Oh my god. Do you see this? Do Papa John's? Some people saying Domino's, some people saying Papa John's. I don't know. I'm seeing if Little Caesars has a deal first, because they were having a very, very cheap... They had a very cheap pizza deal earlier. Some other time when I was looking. And, if I can do cheap, we're gonna do cheap, you know what I'm saying? My information's incorrect. Forget it then. Forget it then. I prefer Papa John's breadsticks. I prefer Domino's prices. You know what I'm saying? I know. FNAF needs to collab with some of these pizza people. Deep pretzel dish pizza from Little Caesars. Have I told you guys my Little Caesars story? Have I told you guys what Little Caesars did to me? Go ahead, buddy. You can get down. You can get down, baby. You can do it. You got up just fine. It's like the 20th step. Okay. Oh my god, I need to sign in. I got a new phone. Look, it's actually incredibly cute. Actually adorable. Anyway, I got a new phone. So, Theory, you were talking about the pretzel pizza. You're talking about the deep dish one, but they also just have, you know, the regular pretzel pizza that has cheese sauce. Thank you, Trans Butterfly Queen. And I hope we learn more about Henry in the future. Catastrophe. I agreed with your statement earlier where you're like, they need to talk about it more. So Little Caesars has that pretzel pizza. And when they have it, I'm gonna get it. That's the way that it is. When they have it, I'm gonna get it. I don't know how to quantify my home. I'm just gonna call it a house. And so I went after work and I was tired, okay? That's important. I was tired. But I went to get this pizza. It got handed to me. I drove from the pizza place to my house, which is not far, but it is like a drive. And I got... Oh, that was the other thing. I got there, and they said something to me about how, like... Oh, no. The first time they did not. But I remember asking, like... It's a pretzel pizza, whatever. And I don't know if it was, spoiler alert, I ended up having to go back to the pizza place. But I don't know if it's the first time I'm there or the second time there, but they they say like, oh, we were out of cheese sauce. Is that okay? And I'm like, sure, you know, like whatever. You're already handing me the pizza, whatever. Drive all the way home, open it up. It's 2 regular pizzas. 2 regular pepperoni pizza. No pretzel crust. And so I'm like, frustrated because I wanted this pretzel pizza. I got the other pizza just so we would have, you know, 2 pizzas and have like a regular pizza on top of just eating, you know, a lot of cheese. It doesn't matter. And I'm like, I'm going to drive back. I wanted the pretzel pizza. I'm going to drive back. That's why I went to Little Caesars. I want to drive back. Or I'm going to drive back. So I did. I drove all the way back and brought both of my pizzas with me so they could see. And I took pictures of them before I left. And I go up to the, you know, I'm having to sit in this stupid drive-thru because their inside is always locked at this Little Caesars. Even when it's not supposed to be, it's just locked. So I'm having to wait in the drive-thru line, even though I already have my order and I paid. So I go there, get to the front and say, hey, I ordered a pretzel crust pizza. This is my receipt. This is the pizza. You can see both of the pizzas are just normal pizzas. I wanted a pretzel crust pizza. The guy takes the pizza from me, which you should not do in food service. You should never take the person's food back, especially if they've left the restaurant. That does not come back into the kitchen. You have no idea where that pizza has been. You got no clue. Takes it back into the restaurant and is like, hold on, give me a second. And this may be the part where he says something to me about they're out of cheese sauce. I don't know. And I'm like, maybe that's why he just tried to hand me a regular pizza to begin with. I don't know. He waits. It's like 2 minutes or something, maybe 3 minutes. It's not a super long amount of time. And he just shoves a pizza at me. Opens the door and shoves a pizza at me. And I was like, is this a pretzel crust pizza? And he's like, yeah. And just shuts the window. I'm a little skeptical. So I open the pizza box in my car. It's nighttime. It's like maybe 9 o'clock right now. And I see the salt around the edges. Close it and go, okay, fine. And go home. And I'm upset that there's not going to be any cheese sauce on it, but it is what it is. The time, you know, I think this is when he says something about the no cheese sauce. So I drive home, get to the house in a well-lit area. And I open up that pizza box again. And I kid you not, he put salt on my pizza. I am so sure it's the same pizza he took from me. He took my pizza, probably got the crust wet, probably ran some water, you know, or some freaking, maybe with some butter or something, and put salt on it. Pretzel salt. On my regular a pizza. I was like, this is not pretzel crust. This is normal crust. It was the same color. I took a picture of them like side by side. I took a bite of it. I was like, this is not pretzel crust. And I've driven, and this is my second time, and I waited in line. He salted my pizza, called the police. And I could not believe it. You guys know my name, my YouTube name. You know I don't like dealing with this kind of stuff. Like, I am you gave me the wrong order, so what? Who cares? I am simply going to let it go and move on with my life. But this was messed up. And I only went there to get this specific pizza, so I was upset. So I filed a complaint with the Little Caesars. You know, I contacted their customer service. I freaking, you know, sent pictures, and I followed up on this issue because I was like, absolutely not, we're not doing this today. And I did get a full refund on my order. Cool. Yes, Jax, I have. It's very different looking. I did get a full refund on my order, but it took so long. It took days. And finally, I got a call from Little Caesars customer service. And these people must work from home, which is totally chill. I'm totally chill with that. That's fine. But the fact of the matter was, the person on the line was listening to TV so loud or something. I don't know. Something was happening in the room that was so loud I could barely hear the person. And I don't know who they get to be their customer service people. But it was so Little Caesars coded. The fact that this person was just like watching TV. And so I tell the story I just told you to the person on the other line. And they are like, say what? They did not. Well, that's just not right. Like, they were so like with me on my little level. And I was like, like, it was like I was gossing with like my best friend or something. That is how they had the customer service person handle this. I don't know if that's how they train them. I don't know if I just happened to get a good one. But I was like, this is what I'm looking for every time I call the customer service. Is me being like, so this is what happened. And the person on the other line going, no, that's crazy. How old was that guy? The guy who worked at the pizza place? I don't know, probably in his 20s. But they were like, well, they really thought they were gonna pull a fast one over on you there, didn't they? And I was like, yeah, I guess so. But I was just like, thank goodness that this person is like they made me feel so much better. Like, honestly, in that moment, I was like, actually, Little Caesars customer service is some real crap. Because it was no script nonsense. It was just a regular old person. Long story short, right, got my money back and all that good stuff. But the owner of the Little Caesars wanted me to call her after that to, like, chat about it. And I was like, no. Nope. Nope. I'm so sorry. I can stop talking about pizza. But I don't think I have ordered anything from that Little Caesar since. I have gone back to Little Caesar since, but I specifically drive further away to go to a different Little Caesars. All right. Let's look at these coupons. Let's look at these coupons. They do always have... Where is the one that I'm looking for? They have this one thing that's like a crazy deal at Domino's, but I'm not seeing it, which is making me uncomfortable. Zeke! Get out of there. Is this it? $19.99. 2 medium 1-topping pizzas. And 2 16-piece bread bites. For $20. But does that mean I don't get the cinnamon twists anymore? They must have changed it a little. Did they not do the cinnamon twists anymore? They do cinnamon bread bites now instead of the cinnamon twists. I don't know how I feel about that. How do you guys feel about this? Instead of the cinnamon twists, I'd be getting these little bread bites. Oh, you can't see that at all. Ugh. It's like instead of the little twist, you know what I'm talking about? It looks like the breast cancer awareness ribbon. It's just a little bite. Rest in peace, twists. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. There's 16 of them. There's 16 of them. They changed their pasta? I haven't had it in a minute. There's 16 of them. Theoretically, it would be the same amount of bread, right? If it was 8 twists, this is 16 bites. Not as easy to dip, I would imagine. Let me pop open Papa John's just for a second. Okay, the app has to update. That may be making our decision for us if the app has to update. Okay, it's opening. Dipping sauce of your choice. You get a icing. You get a little tub of icing, little baby cup of icing with the bites. Or with the cinnamon. And then the Parmesan bites come with a dipping sauce too, I think. Potentially. Deliver to me. Deliver to me. One of these days I'm going to accidentally say important, like, information. I have $8 of Papa Dough. But I have $8 of Papa Dough. But I have $8 of Papa Dough. There's that. I think I want the $20 deal from Domino's. I think I do. I think that's where I'm at. Thank you. All right. Okay. One of the pizzas can I save the $8? Yeah. The $8 is not going to expire. I think I'm going to go with the Domino's. Okay, one of the pizzas got to be a classic pepperoni. Thank you, guys. Classic pepperoni. I feel like we got to do a classic. Okay. What should our second pizza be? Should we experiment? Thank you, everybody. You are all so sweet. It's this cat hair. It makes me sneeze all the time. They're not going to give me a cup? A dipping cup? I thought I got one with my pizza. Crazy. Thin crust chicken and bacon. Okay. Would you be upset with me if I didn't get thin crust just because it doesn't save very well? And I don't want to. I don't like leftover thin crust pizza. I do love thin crust pizza, and there's actually, what is it? Is it Wisconsin style pizza or something? There is this one kind of pizza. Woo! Chicken and bacon are good on a regular pizza too. Fair enough. There is a cat in the back. Hi, Toast. Get what will make you happy. Fair enough. I just love pizza. I don't really know if there's anything on this list of pizza stuff that I would be like, ew. Too many olives? And I don't like mushrooms. Sorry, Catastrophe. I'm ordering dinner for myself. I'm hungry too. Is that your toy? Okay. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. All right. We got a classic pep. Adds coupon. No, thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god, this child. His ding-danged. Thing. There are too many people here watching me order pizza. I'm so sorry, everybody. We're gonna get back to videos in a second. I'm hungry. Toast is sitting in front of the chat, so good for her. I'm about to not talk sweetly to Toast because she is in front of chat and she knows it. You had better back off. Oh, yay, my Chewy order's gonna be here tomorrow. That's good news. Zeke, your food is coming in. What did we say? We said chicken and bacon. Chicken's not on here. Oh, there it is. It's called premium chicken. Do you get, with the chicken and bacon pizza, Butterfly, do you just get regular sauce with this? You still just get regular sauce? Or do you do, like, ranch or... Not ranch. Yeah, ranch. Or Alfredo sauce. Okay, regular sauce. Got it. I've never had a chicken and bacon pizza, so I'm intrigued. It's gonna cost me a little bit extra to have 2 meats, but I'm down for it. Parmesan bread bites. Yes, I do get a dipping cup. Better lay down. Better lay down. I can get an extra icing. They just let you do that. No, thank you. He's so good. He is so good. Cozy buying pizza watching party. Yes. All right. Delivery is $6. Do you know how close this place is to my house? $6? God. This is why I always end up just driving over there. But I'm on stream. That's not even the tip, man. I'm still saving 20 bucks by getting this deal. $6 delivery? This place is like 5 minutes from my house. If that. If it's 5 minutes. That is so bogus. It really wouldn't bother me if that was part of the tip, but it isn't. What is my new phone number? I don't remember. Oh my god, Joshua, thank you. I'm gonna tip the delivery driver really well for that. That is so sweet. You did not have to do that at all. Thank you, Joshua. What am I doing? Oh, looking at my phone number. I have a new phone. I have a new phone number, and I don't remember it at all. It's because I hate it. That's why I don't remember it. I loved my old phone number. I hate this one. But I'm not getting 400,000 freaking spam calls a day because whoever owned my phone number before me was an idiot. Funnily enough, their name was Joshua, but... this is a food theory. The theory is... Can she even order pizza? Where is the thing that tells me what my phone number is? You have to know how embarrassing it is to not know my phone number while looking at my phone. That is so embarrassing. Wait, if I just open up the phone app, it tells me, doesn't it? No. No. I have to do it this way. God, this drives me nuts. Okay. I hate this phone number. I really am considering going and being like, hey, can I have a different phone number? Even though I know that's crazy. We're doing a 30% tip because it's basically $10. So basically all your $10 is going to this tip for this sweet friend that's going to bring us pizza. If they knock, my dog will do a little bit of a freak out, just letting you know. Can you show me where you're delivering it to so I can make sure one more time that I have the right address in? I'm just gonna say leave it at the door. Maybe that will help. I hope that it's sending to the right address. It's not showing me. This is annoying. Okay, pay with PayPal. Okay. Got it. Exactly, understood person. Whoever, I can't remember their last name anymore. Otherwise, you know what? No, their name wasn't Joshua. It was Joseph. It was like Joseph Glidden or something. And I got their spam crap on my phone all the time. And I know that it wasn't me because it was their name. And I got it like the day I got that phone number transferred to me, like it was my phone number. The day I started getting all of their crap. It says it's going to take me to PayPal to check out, but it's not doing it. Please select checkout with PayPal. Oh. I'm an idiot. Make some food. Your cat was kicked by a man when me and my dog found him and he was a kitten. That's messed up. No. My spam name from the former owner is Alicia. It's true, Tallulah. I swear that is what happened. I was like, what is going on? I was so angry. Okay, it looks like I got this under control now. I hope this person... Oh my gosh. Can this please just work? Why is it being so weird? Okay, I've got everything together. Can I have my pizza, please? Thank goodness I got it. Oh my goodness, the tip amount is processed separately, typically in 3 to 5 days? When did they give these people their tips? That is dumb. Here's the big deal. If they don't bring me my icing because they tend to forget it and I have to ask for it. Bye, Sarah. I'm gonna lose my mind because I will be driving to the location to get my icing. Because I don't like being... Do you have cash to... I mean, it's too late now. It didn't tell me. The answer is no, because I only have 20s and I need them to pay a dog sitter. So I need my cash for a different reason. I haven't carried cash since I got robbed. I had $80 stolen from me. Haven't carried cash since. Baby, bring me your toy. I can't reach it. I love you too, buddy. Bring me your toy. I can't reach it. Thank you. Oh, he threw it back on the floor. You want it? Look at it. Isn't it cute? This is like one of the first toys I ever bought him. Because it's so cute. And he's kept it intact. I love you for that. I love you for that. All right, what should we watch next, guys? I did. I'm fine. It wasn't like I was armed robbery. They just took the money out of my wallet while I wasn't looking. It was very unfortunate. I walked away for like a minute. And they went behind a desk. They should not have done it. They basically like happened to see that I had my wallet out and I put it somewhere I thought was safe. Friendship theory. So you don't have to type in your whole name. Oh, you didn't see that. Dang it. You didn't see that it auto-completed you. It auto-completed you. But check it. I'm subscribed. I do not have the notifications turned on, though. Well, I have personalized. There, I fixed it. How friendship solves the secret of the mimic theory, part 1. Did I miss requests? Technically. I asked for suggestions like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago or something. Ah! Okay, I love Clavis's art style, just so we're all clear. Not Sleep Timer, get out of here. But I do need to watch Raito's theory, and I do need to watch Narrow Raven's theory, so.
Hello there.
Whoa, hello, jeez. You scared me.
Well, hello there, my, gender ambiguous dear friend. Why so blue?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, well, I'm just, you know,
My,
Oh.
So, do you want anything, or,
Don't be sad, my little friend. How about you make a new video?
Catastrophe, I won't react to FNAF's video here because I think I might make a video reacting to it, but, yeah, I do need to watch it.
About what?
The new game, of course.
You mean Secret of the Mimic? I don't know. That game has been pretty straightforward. Most videos about this game have either been summary videos or, like, completely insane. I literally have
totally
no idea
agree
what to
with
even
you.
talk about.
It will be about friendship.
Friendship, really?
Yes, because friendship is a true gift all along.
I don't know, kid. I don't think making a video about friendship will be that easy. It was that easy. So, let's start off with the obvious. Today, we won't be talking about these guys.
Probably for the best.
I know you probably want me, the book lover, to talk about these guys. But I'm currently still grieving, so the whole canonicity stuff will be for another video. Someday.
That's valid.
Maybe. Anyways, today we'll be covering the newest game, Secret of the Mimic. One of my favorite games in the franchise so far. Not only is it a game with a rich story and characters, but it's also a game that's so pleasing to look at. It's definitely one of the most aesthetically pleasing looking FNAF games.
I agree.
For a long time, I was wondering what I would even cover about this game. Because let's be honest here. Compared to most FNAF games, this one is just pretty straightforward, all things considered.
Fair enough.
There are still some unsolved mysteries like, who is the moon guy, what's up with the tiger, which ending is canon. But apart from those, most of the current debates about this game just seem to be about arguing details, semantics, things that don't really change much about the overall plot. So for a while, I was wondering if I should even cover this game. At this point, there are already so many videos just summarizing
Sorry, I'm trying to center these because they're driving me crazy. Okay.
the main plot. So it was pretty pointless for me to just do the exact same thing. But after talking to some friends, mostly to my friend Zarek, I started to recognize some patterns between the themes in this game with those of the themes of the previous T-Wolf FNAF games. It's like a lot of the things that have been set up in Help Wanted seem to be expanded upon in this game. And I'd love to dive deeper into that today. So instead of theorizing, I'll be mostly discussing themes and symbolism, and how those themes may influence the story moving forward. So let's not wait any longer and dive into it. Or, wait. I'm a FNAF
Catastrophe, I don't know, maybe, probably, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to promise it. I just have other stuff I need to cover, and I just don't know. I just don't know if I will this time. I might watch it on my own. I implore you all to watch it on your own.
Now. I can't just do it like this. I need to invent a silly name. Otherwise, nobody will ever take me seriously. Get the wheel with theory names. Does God friendship work? Is that clickbaitable enough?
Why don't we just go for friendship theory?
Okay, yeah, sure. I guess that works.
The God friendship.
So by this point, you are probably already familiar with the plot of Edwin and Fiona. Most YouTube theorists already made huge summary videos of the game's plot before me. And even if you haven't seen those, you probably played the game by yourself. The story of this game is pretty straightforward compared to most FNAF games. Yes, there are still some secrets, but overall the plot is pretty clear. But still, before I dive into the actual theorizing section in Chapter 2, I want to specifically clarify the themes in this game first. So let's start at the beginning. Even though Arnold is the player character of the game, in reality he's not really the protagonist nor the antagonist of the actual game's story. Sure, Arnold is the main character, the character through which the story is told, but he isn't the protagonist. He isn't the driving force behind the story that's being told. The real protagonists of the story are the Murray family. Arnold is nothing more than a footnote in the actual story, an innocent bystander who's accidentally forced to experience the aftermath of someone else's story. Every room, every audio file, and every note we find tells the story of two very different people, and how those people affected the life of the people around them, Edwin and Fiona Murray. Of course, like any story, it starts with the two characters meeting one another. In one of the earliest tapes we can find in the game, we hear Fiona meeting Edwin for the first time.
Excuse me, can I borrow your voice for a project?
What for? I don't even know you. I'm brand new here. Let's start again.
It won't cost much. Just your voice. Where is it? You have not brought me a toy. I cannot throw nothing, baby. I can't throw nothing, honey. Bring me toy. Sorry.
I'm Fiona, and you are?
Edwin Murray. This is my dad's place. But that doesn't matter. I heard you were a puppeteer, and I wanted to record your voice.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
that?
I'm sorry.
Even if we learned that Fiona used to be a puppeteer, and at one point started to work at MCM. We don't know much of where she worked before this, but we know she had a talent for both puppet making and voice acting. She's a creative that already has experience in a very similar field. Meanwhile, Edwin is the exact opposite of Fiona. He's a nepo baby, only known as the son of the owner. He seemingly has no experience yet in the work field, and only creates out of his own free will in his free time, not needing his creativity to survive. Over time, Fiona and Edwin seem to grow closer to one another, starting a relationship. Some unspecified time later, Edwin's father dies, leaving the company to his son. Unlike his father, Edwin is not confident in himself. He is not a leader, and has no experience being one, and probably is also not interested in the whole costume ordeal. But Fiona motivates him to use his own talent as a way to make the company better, inspiring Edwin to mass-produce his previous inventions as part of their business.
We love a queen with a tooth gap. Let's go. Let's go, tooth gap queen. Sorry.
If you could change anything you wanted, what would it be?
Maybe rebrand? We could start making some of my inventions for real.
Sections. In one, Edwin makes invention after invention, coming up with ideas so fast that the poor employees can't keep up with him. He's the one behind inventions like the Cleanovac, the Mycelium Man, the wonderful coat rack, the Stay Up Latte machine. Meanwhile, from notes we find throughout the game, Fiona seems to mostly focus on MCM's original product, mascot costumes. We learn that the earliest version of the Chica mascot, for Chica's Party World, was designed by Fiona herself. The puppets from the Foxy Puppet Show are seemingly also made by her. And based off one of the notes referring to the character blueprints as Fiona's character blueprints, we can come to the simple conclusion that most of the mascot costumes we see in Secret of the Mimic were originally designed by her. She's the one keeping the costume part of the costume manor alive.
True.
But of course, the change in direction causes some friction with the staff. They're unable to keep up with Edwin's new ideas that seem to change on a whim. Fiona, once a worker herself, understands her fellow employees. In multiple notes and voice clips you can find the
Clavis, honestly, goated. Based, incredible, wonderful. I loved it.
Game, we can hear Fiona refer to her coworkers by name. She sees her fellow employees as friends, equals. But the same respect is not coming from Edwin. He seems to be emotionally disconnected from them, not understanding their needs. So because of Fiona's position, she is the one who's forced to be the bridge between Edwin and the employees.
Woof.
She's forced to be Edwin's voice of reason to keep MCM a comfortable place for her coworkers.
Woof.
Your creative energy is amazing, and I love you for it. But I think you need to step back a little and focus on one project at a time.
But slowly, Edwin's self-centered behavior starts to also seep into their relationship. His wife Fiona has a hard time contacting him anymore, being forced to talk to him through the Mrs. Helpful animatronic.
Ed, I hate talking to you through this stupid bear, but it's hard to reach you otherwise.
And when his son is born, it also feels like he can't emotionally connect with him either. This is illustrated in David's first birthday tape, where Edwin doesn't seem to understand his own son is crying when he scares him with the Roxy puppet, saying David
Is Edwin a sociopath? Not a sociopath. An antisocial personality disorder? Does Edwin have antisocial personality disorder? I doubt it. He could also just be undiagnosed ADHD, you know what I'm saying? It's possible. But that's not what makes him a bad dad or anything like that. You can have autism and ADHD and be not a piece of poop.
David actually likes it when Fiona says he's scaring their son.
No, he loves it. Look, see, he loves it. Arr, yarr, arr, yarr.
And this tape perfectly illustrates
He doesn't love
Edwin's
it.
character. He doesn't see what's in front of him. Just convincing himself that how he feels about something also must be how everyone else is feeling. He
Them big old glasses and he still can't see. Them big old glasses and he still can't see. You want to come up here? You want over here? Oh, okay. He's back in my lap.
likes the puppet, so his son must also like the puppet. Meanwhile, Fiona is the one that constantly
so
needs to tell him how people around him are really feeling, because without her, Edwin just disregards and ignores other people's emotions. And all of this comes crashing down once Fiona dies. Out of concern for her fellow employees, she chooses to go to Fall Fest where the MCM employees are installing some kind of installation. But unfortunately, the fair catches fire, and Fiona doesn't make it out alive. With Fiona gone, Edwin's voice of reason is gone as well. This completely cuts the employees off from their boss, and this causes the company to slowly go downhill. Edwin starts to introduce new inventions that are convenient to him, but completely work against the interests of the employees.
It's all giving Elon Musk. It's all giving Elon Musk. I don't like saying Fiona cheated. That just feels so weird. I feel like I'd need like any indication that this happened. Other than just people being like, well, I don't think that it's that Edwin was good to her. That's not a reason people cheat. I mean, it is a reason people cheat, but it's not like, oh well, that happened, so she must have cheated. Like, that's not evidence. He's not as bad as Elon Musk. I want to make something abundantly clear. I don't think Edwin is actually Elon Musk.
He makes a digityper that can replace human staff, a nurse robot that collects trash to replace the sorting staff, and worst of all, he makes an AI.
TBH, Scott Cawthon wouldn't make Elon Musk look this bad. I said it. I said it. I said it.
Generated puppet show product to replace puppeteers and actors. Not only is this disrespectful to his fellow employees, he made a machine that replaces his own wife's passion.
I don't think that Edwin is
Imagine
actually
being an artist
Elon
and you start
Musk.
dating a man that makes an
This is
AI that can
something.
generate AI pictures. This just shows how completely out of touch Edwin really is
The
with the people around
disconnect,
him,
the
even the
disconnect
people the most
part.
closest to him. And things don't go better for his son either, who he mostly seems to emotionally neglect, leaving him alone most of the time so he can work on new inventions. But one day, he chooses to use one of his new inventions to replace David's babysitter, because if a machine would look after his son, he would be able to save money. This led to the creation of the Mimic, specifically M1. It was created as an endoskeleton that could fit into any costume suit and be able to replicate any personality.
Zeta, that is it. That careful what you wish for, monkey's paw stuff. I think I am Zeta.
David, I want to introduce you to someone. This is M1.
Why does it look like that?
Look like what?
It's scary.
Oh, it's an endoskeleton. It won't always look like this. It'll wear fun costumes.
Like what?
Anything you want.
It just, Butterfly, it seems just like a way to give Fiona, like, a character flaw when she doesn't need one. Like, her character flaw is being a pushover, if anything. Her character flaw is that she's a people pleaser, you know what I'm saying? Her character flaw is being a people pleaser. Like, that's what ends up being her downfall, you know? Is, like, not setting good boundaries and stuff like that, you know?
It can fit into any costume.
Hey.
But it doesn't get paid and go home. It'll stay with us and
Why
help around
does
the house.
he look like that?
Throughout the game, we learn that M1 slowly started to replicate Edwin's dead wife, Fiona,
Yes.
making Edwin fully convinced that he somehow brought her back from the dead. But M1 isn't anything like the real Fiona. Instead of pushing him to do the right thing, M1 is constantly enabling his bad behavior.
Yup.
Just like how a real AI chatbot, like ChatGPT, always tries to be agreeable and be your #1 supporter.
You said
But M1
that.
is just that.
Have y'all seen the Kendra psychiatrist drama on TikTok? I was obsessed with that. Obsessed with that.
A soulless copy of Fiona, a version of her without any of her original passions, hobbies, or personality. She's nothing more than an obedient wife who takes care of their son.
Woof.
And somehow, Edwin is convinced she's the same person as the woman he once loved. In the meantime,
Close
Edwin
enough,
continues to neglect his
wow.
employees in other ways, giving them longer shifts, firing them for questioning him, and even denying them vacation days. Every single choice Edwin makes is to save money and make his own life easier, while also making horrible business decisions in the process. After all his—
Zeta, yeah, turtle shell glasses, yes. Woo. GPT. Isn't he? Oh man. Yeah, Clavis, I think you're right. I think you're right. I appreciate the way you're breaking all this down. This is the kind of stuff I love, frankly. Like, this is the kind of stuff I love. It's just diving into the characters and the motivations and the themes. I'm very glad we're watching this. We're gonna go right back into the pit, if you will, after this. But this is a nice break.
Is to save money and make his own life easier, while also making horrible business decisions in the process. After all his products are failing. He gets complaint after complaint, but he doesn't change anything about the business. The employees are slowly starting to grow resentful of Edwin. They're treated as nothing more than a cog in Edwin's big machine, a cog that could easily be replaced any moment by a shiny new invention. And it doesn't take long for someone to take advantage of the situation and plant a mole inside of the business. Fazbear Entertainment CEO William Afton abuses the crumbling empire of Edwin to his advantage, convincing the employees to work for him instead, hiring them without any requirements, even giving them bonuses if they're able to give him the contact info of the other MCM employees. Meanwhile, other employees choose to rebel.
What do you call
stealing
that?
blueprints from—
What do you call that? You call that? I mean, stealing, obviously. Poaching.
Edwin to start their own company. And some employees even leak some information about a certain endoskeleton Edwin made. And in the end, Edwin is left alone, trying his best to save his fallen empire, being left to work on a project for the people that are, unknowing to him, stealing away all his employees.
For delivery.
And in the end, he's left with nothing. A lot of people think Edwin is a victim of circumstance, a tragic character that had everything taken away from him by an evil purple man and his rotten company. But in reality, he dug his own grave. He's the antagonist of the story. Everything that happened to him was because of his own
You said that, you said that, you said that.
For the people around him.
You said that, you said
that.
that.
Everyone away from him. His employees, his friends, and worst of all, his own family.
You said that, you said that, you said that. Speak on it, speak on it, speak on it. My pizza's gonna be here in a couple of minutes.
So, remember that puppet show I was venting about earlier? Yeah, the video is actually about that puppet show. You may think now, Clovis, what in God's name does this puppet show have to do with Edwin and Fiona? Well, actually more than you realize. The puppet show, at first glance, seems to be mostly relevant to Fiona.
Here's the deal. If you can make this is interesting to me anyway too, because like, what did I say when I was playing the game? Hold on, let me like the video. Everybody go subscribe to Clavis Key while we're here. Let's get there's enough of y'all in here, we could get them up to 1,000 subscribers. If y'all all do it, if you weren't already. I don't know if you were already. If you were already, then we can't do it. But we can get them close. We can get them close. What was I gonna say? Oh, I said while I was playing this dang game and I couldn't get this stupid puppet show. I couldn't do it. I was bad at it. I was objectively bad at it. Okay, I was objectively bad at it. I'm not over here trying to say anything about the game design or anything like that. I was just bad, okay? But I said, like, why am I in this hell? Why am I in this purgatory? Why am I in this Groundhog Day situation where I have to watch it over and over and over again? So if you are going to give me a lore relevant reason why I had to sit through that puppet show 500 times, that's all I need, baby. I'm glad.
Fiona's character. Yes, the machine may be made to replace her, but all the elements of the show tie back to her. Fiona was a puppeteer, and we learned from David's birthday tapes that the puppets we see during the show were made by Fiona herself.
Puppet purgatory.
But the story of the show itself is what fascinates me the most, and is what I want to analyze today in this video. The thing that makes the story so interesting is the fact that it isn't the first time we've heard the story in the franchise. But let's start at the beginning. The puppet show opens up with our two main characters, Kit and Foxy the Pirate Fox. Foxy has told his crew that he's planning to host a surprise party today, but Kit forgot to get a present. Foxy calls the whole pirate crew together to discuss what to do about this. But Foxy quickly finds out that everybody has forgotten a gift for the party. The noise the pirate crew is making wakes up the sleeping captain. The captain wakes up
wait, sorry, hold on.
And Foxy the Pirate Fox.
I stopped listening. I need to slow it down. I stopped listening. This happens to me. I need to slow it down a little bit.
It's a surprise party today, but Kit forgot to get a present. Foxy calls the whole pirate crew together to discuss what to do about this. But Foxy quickly finds out that everybody has forgotten a gift for the party. The noise the pirate crew is making wakes up the sleeping captain. The captain wakes up, worried, thinking that the ship may be under attack. But instead of seeing a ship being attacked by rival pirates, he sees his ship is covered in decorations instead. This causes the pirate captain to start scolding Foxy, since hosting parties...
Okay, buddy. You're fine. Whew. Pizza's here. Z, you're okay. You're okay, baby. You're okay. You're okay. Sit. You're okay, bud. You're being good. Sit. Stay. Thank you, Mom. I'm sorry. I just wanted you to leave it because he's crazy.
Not bad.
It's okay. I got it. You have a good rest of your night.
You too.
Alright. Why do you want to attack him? He brought us food. Well, now you guys know this. This is literally my front door. I didn't mean to make him wait. I thought he was just going to set it down. Okay. Let me go get a drinky drink, buddy. Let me get a drink. Well, I panicked a little bit when he was still standing there. Just because I was like, oh, that's embarrassing. Like, I was just a little embarrassed. Just because I know Zeke is like, oh, Goober. He gets scared when people knock on the door. It's not a big deal. I'm not mad at that person at all. But I panicked a little, and so I felt bad. Okay, woo! They did not forget my icing, so everything is okay. Jesus. Sharing, what do you guys want? What do you guys want? I got these are Parmesan bread bites. If you would like a Parmesan bread bite, go ahead. There you go. Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom. That's for you. Nom nom nom. Okay. Alrighty. If you're in more of a sweet mood, what'd I get? $20 for your next pizza order. What? Cute? Oh. I thought I was getting like... I'm mad. Hang on. Let me show you this mess. We'll continue this video, I promise. We will finish this. I thought it was saying like, oh, you go to pizza, next time you get the pizza, we're gonna give you $20. Like in like pizza cash or something. This is for auto insurance. I did get a 20% off my next order, but I don't need to do that. Anyway, okay. Come here to my sweet toothies. Here you go. Will you focus on my cinnamon bite, please? No, it looks like a beauty channel now. There you go. There you go. Nom nom. Nom nom. Eat up. Holy capitalism. So true. I'm gonna need napkins. I'm gonna need napkins. Hang on. I'll share my pizza in a second. I gotta get napkins. I'm gonna make a mess. Okay. Everybody's here for the pizza, huh? You're all here for that. I bet that just like looked so crazy the way that I was like, I had all this shit right in front of the door. Sorry, didn't mean to curse. I have so much stuff in front of the door when I'm streaming. I'm sure he was like, what am I in right now? Edwin seems like the type to play tennis. He has the personality type face. He'll fit right in with the rich businessman. What? I mean, sure. At the end of the day. Okay, I'm back. I have napkins now. I almost just belched on stream, but I held it back. You're welcome. I got real close. Oh, I forgot where I was for a moment. Ooh, this is the chicken and bacon one. This does look good. Butterfly. Ooh, this does look good. Here. I'll just let you guys just take whichever piece you want. Whichever one you want. If you want pepperoni, that one's coming up next. But just take whatever you want. Okay. I hope you're appreciating this interactive experience that I'm creating for you. When I eat, I will turn my microphone off. No, it's okay. Character analysis. It's totally chill. I misunderstood. I missed the beginning, I think, of your analysis, and so I got confused. But it's totally my bad. I didn't know if it was an analogy or not. And there you go. Anybody who wants any peps, go ahead. And anybody who's upset with me for showing my pizza on screen because it's making them hungry, oops. Sorry. You were warned. Oops. Did I do that? It does smell amazing. Oh, it smells so good in here. And these cats are ready. They're not getting any. Oh, but they are already. I hope everybody has a snack wherever you are. Oh, God, it smells so good. I'm so excited about this pizza. I'm so pumped. Earlier today, I did... This pizza tastes like air. Whoops. I'll tell the company. Earlier today, I tried something new. It's a food I've had before. I tried a new, but it's, jeez Louise. Okay. I'm going to show you a picture of it, and then I'll get back to what we're doing. But this Thai, it's a hot pot fusions, top ramen, hot pot fusions. I don't think it's going to show you guys enough because my camera's really bright. If I turn it down. There you go. You can see it a little better now. There you go. Oh, hey, okay. It's being crazy, but my screen re-brightened. But Thai coconut curry chicken ramen noodle soup. Tried that today. That's what I have for lunch. And cuz I love a Thai coconut soup. Let's get it together. Just a guy, is that for really true? That's nuts. I'm not gonna yuck his yum, whatever, who cares? He can eat his pizza weird. Or eat his burgers weird. If he wants. Okay. I don't have a plate. It is what it is. I got napkins. I'll put one in my lap. Just in case. I'll just set them both down here. That's crazy. Okay. So. What was I saying? Oh, this was good. It wasn't great. I love the coconut chicken soup. Tumka. I love Tumka soup. And so I was like, well, this ought to be pretty good, right? I figured it's not going to be as good as Tomka. At the end of the day, it is what it is. It's not even, it is what it is. But it's pretty good. The broth was really good. The noodles were just ramen noodles. It is what it is. But it was pretty good. It's got bok choy and red bell peppers in it. And something that to me tasted like it was supposed to be chicken, but I don't know. Yes, like from Stardew Valley. But yeah, ooh, coconut curry. It's all very, very good. It's all very, very good. I'm a big Thai food person in general. I like that pad Thai. I like that pad see ew. I like them drunken noodles. I like a lot of that stuff. I read napkin is Anakin. Crazy. Orange chicken is also good. Love a lot of Asian cuisine, frankly. Used to work, when I worked food service And if I ever worked food service again, Asian restaurants all the way. I don't care if the owner is mean to me. Just is what it is. Comes with the territory. And I'm gonna eat good food. I definitely just made a little bit of a mess in my house. Fried rice slaps. I can make it at my house. If you want to make it right at your house, you gotta get MSG. Anyway, we're gonna watch this video again, and I'm gonna eat this chicken. I mean, there is chicken involved. I'm gonna eat this pizza. If I can get back to the right scene. And I'm gonna turn my microphone off. Did I arrive too late? You're about 17 minutes into a newer video, and we're just talking. We're just describing the Foxy puppet show thing that plays during Secret of the Mimic, and Clavis Key is about to talk about why the story that they're telling here is actually related to Fiona for friendship theory. Or God friendship if you're a real one. But technically, you're not too late for this theory because we really haven't gotten into the meat yet.
Goes against the pirate rules.
Did you forget pirate rule number 22?
No! How could I forget it? Pirate rule number 22. There's no way to forget.
No parties.
Oh,
But
parties.
while Foxy tries his best to cover up the surprise party, Renard, one of Foxy's crew members, brings out the snacks he just prepared for the party. The sight of snacks angers the captain even more, saying party snacks are also against the pirate rules. Not long after, pirate member Boston returns from their quarters with the perfect gift for the surprise party. But before Foxy can compliment them, the ship gets attacked by a rogue Rocktopus that steals the birthday gift. The captain angrily tells them that this is why both parties are against pirate rules, since Roctopi are drawn to them. But Foxy quickly takes action, assembling the pirate crew to defeat the Rocktopus together. After putting up a daring fight, they are able to scare away the Rocktopus. The captain compliments Foxy and his crew, telling them how proud he is of them. He has never seen them work together like a real crew before. The comments of the captain make kids shout in joy, realizing that thanks to their teamwork, they were able to give the captain the perfect birthday present: friendship.
The perfect present was friendship all along.
Then the show ends by the captain informing that today actually wasn't his birthday. His birthday was last week, ending the story with a comedic twist, and also making the whole theater collapse, but that's not really relevant to this theory. This puppet show may seem pretty random at first glance, but the meaning of this is actually pretty straightforward, and pretty ironic. The story is clearly about teamwork. First mate Foxy learns how to work together with his fellow crew members to fight a common enemy. Learning friendship is the real gift all along. Foxy in this play clearly is meant to symbolize Edwin, and him working together with his pirate crew is supposed to symbolize Edwin learning how to work together with his own staff members. But in reality, this is a lesson Edwin never learned. The existence of the puppet show itself says as much. The puppet show, a show telling a story about working together as a team, was made to take away
That's good. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Wow! This'll help me save money and lay off more staff. Ciabatta, so help me. Do not do this to me. I don't want to have to put you in the bathroom. Just let it go. Whew. Okay. Also, Butterfly Queen. This is good pizza. This is a nice, different kind of pizza. I like it's because it's not too different to where I'm like, this ain't really pizza. But because like, okay, like when I get there have been times where I'll get like a Hawaiian pizza. I love Hawaiian pizza, it's good. But when I'm craving pizza, that's not what I'm thinking about. So this is good, like, oh, I'm craving pizza, but I want to switch it up a little bit. That's nice. Thank you for your suggestion. I got to try something new tonight. Let's go. Not that it's like terribly revolutionary or anything, but like I haven't had it, so. You've lost, Edwin. I've already depicted you as the lame nerd. Allergic to pineapple. Unfortunate. I've always been a pineapple on pizza person. I didn't know people hated that. And then when the discourse came, it is, Evan, it is chicken and bacon. Chicken and bacon pizza. Technically, I was told to get it thin crust. I asked if I could not because it doesn't save as well in my fridge. Is what it does. All right. I love you. Oh, she's gone.
People's jobs. It's cruel, but fitting for a character that is as unaware as Edwin. What's also interesting is that Foxy in the story isn't the captain of the ship. The story specifies that he's the first mate, the second in command. This means that the captain possibly represents Edwin's father, implying that the ship only survived because of Edwin Sr.'s leadership. But that's not everything. The craziest thing is that this isn't the first time we've heard this story. Back in 2019, Hal wanted it updated with a brand new DLC, The Curse of Dreadbear. This expansion to the game contained multiple Halloween-themed minigames, one of them being Foxy's Pirate Adventure. Foxy's Pirate Adventure is a minigame that takes place at some kind of carnival dark ride. During the ride, you're required to shoot at targets to gain points, similarly to how you're supposed to shoot targets to progress the MCM puppet show. The story of the ride follows a very similar plot to Foxy's puppet show. The story opens up with Foxy sailing the Seven Seas. Unlike the previous story, First Mate Foxy doesn't seem to be part of a crew anymore, but instead he's a lonely captain. While Foxy is sailing the Seven Seas for treasure, the weather suddenly shifts. The once blue sky is now filled with storm clouds, making the once peaceful sea a way more dangerous place.
Hot take. I don't think Afton likes pizza at all. I don't think he likes it. I think he looks down on people who eat pizza. Afton eats flatbread. You know what I mean? Captain Springlock looks mid. I'm sorry, he's ugly. No, that's fair. Dude, just a guy, same thing. Does Afton even eat anymore? They do kind of look like the Mimic's eyes. They call him Flatbread Willie. Get out of here. Flatbread Willie. I'm dead. I'm done. I'm dead. You guys.
But Foxy quickly finds out this isn't just a normal storm. It's one caused by a giant sea creature that wants to attack the ship, the Kraken. His tentacles attack the ship, and Foxy is forced to defend himself from the vile sea monster. He attacks it with a sword, but it's no use. Eventually, Foxy is forced to use one of his cannons to attack the Kraken.
Fire in the hole!
The cannon shot causes Foxy to fall into the water, and the Kraken to drag him down into the depths of the ocean. Foxy wakes up underwater, trying his best to hold his breath. He sees all kinds of sea life, like colorful schools of fishes, jellyfish, and even a mermaid. But he also comes eye to eye with two ghost pirates who are defending their sunken treasure. Then, the next scene switches to Foxy being back on land. Suddenly,
Clavis, you are cooking! Clavis, you are cooking! I think I'm picking up on little threads you're weaving here. If you're still in chat. That is good. Oh, interesting. I do love that, Mrs. Trapp. He's British. You're not eating pizza. Of course! Alright.
out of nowhere, befriending the Kraken and celebrating a birthday party. Foxy declares that the real treasure was friendship all along.
The real treasure was friendship all along. Happy birthday!
Okay, well, that ending kind of came out of left field, didn't it? If we take a step back, we can see the overall story is the exact same story, only with some...
Because it's AI! Shut up. Father, we've been eating flatbread and bread and soda for 3 days straight. Yo. Shut up, Clavis. Shut up. More people need to watch this. More people needed to watch this. Okay, I'm sorry.
Details removed or changed. Foxy's crew is now removed from the story. Foxy's also the captain of the ship now instead of the first mate. Instead of trying to prepare a surprise party and find the perfect gift, Foxy's now trying to find treasure. But similar to the surprise party, his search for treasure lures a creature to the ship. The innocent-looking octopus is now replaced with a monstrous kraken in this story, and even though Foxy fights the monster just like he did in the puppet show, without his crew he loses the fight against the kraken. But even after losing, somehow the same moral is still attached to the end of the story. Instead of a gift, friendship is now the real treasure all along. The ending is even themed after a birthday party, something that doesn't even make sense anymore with all the details that have been stripped away from the original plot. What I'm trying to say is that these two stories are the exact same story, but it's like the story has been passed through a game of telephone, making certain details incomprehensible. A good example of this phenomenon are classic fairy tales. Fairy tales are stories that most of the time can be traced back to a certain author. Yes, we may know a few popular authors that wrote them down, like the Brothers Grimm, but these stories have existed long before the brothers were even born. They are stories that have been orally passed down for multiple generations. And as the story keeps being passed down, details get rewritten, context gets lost, until the story completely transforms into a different kind of story. And often, certain details don't make sense unless we look back at earlier versions of the same story. A good example of this is the story of Cinderella. The most popularized version of this tale is the Disney movie, which mostly takes inspiration from the version written down by the French author Charles Perrault in 1697 in his book The Tales of Mother Goose. We all know the story. It's about a girl that's abused about her stepfamily and works as a housemaid in her own home. The castle hosts a party and invites all the single women of the land to present themselves to the prince, so he may choose a bride. But Cinderella isn't allowed to go. But luckily, her fairy godmother steps in and gives Cinderella a beautiful dress and glass slippers to attend the ball with. This is the most famous version of the tale, but there are other versions that seem way different. The Brothers Grimm version, for example, from 1812, is pretty similar, having a very similar setup, but instead of a fairy godmother, Cinderella is helped by a tree that she planted next to her mother's grave. When she calls out to the tree for help, the tree drops down a golden gown with golden slippers for her to go to the ball with. If you take a step back, these stories are the same. But how in God's name did we get from a fairy godmother to a magical tree? Why are these stories the same, but also different at the same time? Well, the seemingly random change in the story makes sense if we look back at an even older version of the tale to find the missing context. In this case, it's the story called Cinderella Cat from Giambattista Basile's book The Pentamerone that was released in 1634. In this version of the story, Cinderella, whose name Cesolia, is given a gift by the Queen of the Fairies. This gift in question is a tree. Cesolia makes sure to take good care of the tree and plants it in a pot. She waters and cleans it with a silken napkin every day. After 4 days, the tree grows so big that a fairy is born inside of it. A fairy that tells Cesolia that she will fulfill any wish the girl desires. And there you have it. Both the Grimm and Perrault version of the story are descendants from the Basile.
The unwithered tree. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yo, I love this. I'm glad you went on this little... I'm glad you went on the tangent. I think it was completely necessary. And also, I really do actually love the story of Cinderella, like, in this context. Like, the Disney movie is, you know, what it is. But the various iterations of Cinderella that actually do give her a lot more, agency over her story. I love it. And, I mean, tree, FNAF, tree, storyteller, hello, let's go.
Version of the tale. A fairy in the tree becomes a magical tree in one version, and a fairy godmother in another version. It's no different with Foxy's tale, where the removal of the crew completely changes the context of the ending, which, if you look at the previous version of the tale, was actually about a surprise birthday party. The same elements are still there in the pirate-wide story, but the story makes less sense because of the removed context. But at the same time, these changes aren't as random as they may seem. This is the version of the story that was later adapted by Fazbear Entertainment. The most peculiar story change they made was making the antagonistic squid of the original story into an ally by the end of the tale. While in the original story, Foxy defeats the squid with his crew and was able to defend the ship, in this version, the Kraken is able to overpower his ship and take it from Foxy now that he doesn't have a crew to fight with. This causes the fox to almost drown. So in the end, Foxy has no other choice but to give up and join the Kraken. And the story presents this as a good thing, presenting Foxy's relationship with the Kraken as the real treasure. But I think it's pretty clear what this version of the story is. While the original MCM puppet show depicted what Edwin could have achieved, this ride depicts what really happened. The squid in the original symbolized Fazbear Entertainment, a company that wanted to take over Edwin's ship, but was unable to do so because of Edwin's strong connection with his co-workers. But of course, this isn't
Obviously, oh my gosh. This is FNAF theorizing. This is what I like. Dang. Even the whole, like, whoa, careful, you have to, like, the dad being like, oh, even if you go back to the original story, the dad being like the kind of like warning and saying like, no, you can't have parties on this ship because it attracts the rocktopus. Dang. How many new subscribers do you have? I hope at least one. This number better be bigger than 959. Let's go, 968. Let's freaking go, 968. Can we get it higher? Can you take it higher? Come on. Just a guy? That's based. Fiona can get it. Fiona gives me Marnie energy from Stardew Valley in that I want so badly to be with her, but she's attached to someone I hate. Justice for Marnie. Justice for Fiona.
This is what actually happened. Like Foxy and the Bride, Edwin was left all alone, causing the Kraken to successfully overpower the ship. And of course, Fazbear Entertainment—
I would be an incredible husband. I would be an incredible husband. I would be such a good husband. Like, low-key, no cap. I would be a really good husband. It's really unfortunate that I would have to be somebody's wife, because I would be a really good husband.
left all alone, causing the Kraken to successfully overpower the ship. And of course, Fazbear Entertainment depicts this incident as a good thing, since they're the ones telling the story. Interestingly, there are a few more details in the story I want to call out. Firstly, Foxy is only able to escape the Kraken temporarily by causing an explosion with his cannon and falling into the ocean. This could be—
And I can't explain that, okay? I want something to be abundantly clear. I can't explain what I mean when I say I would be a better husband than a wife. I don't know how to explain that. You're just gonna have to read into it however you want to. I really don't care. Does Edwin even shower at this point? Gross. Yeah. That's funny. That's so true, Tallulah. That's so true. Hi, Fazbear Entertainment. Welcome in. Beautiful people have bad taste. You said that. Okay. I'm gonna go back a little bit because we've got some new people. This is peak. Please, if you have just tuned in, I need you to go subscribe to Clavis Key right now. I need you to watch Friendship Theory. Oh my gosh. And this is only part 1 because I can't wait to see what comes next. Huh. And we're not even done. This is peak. This is incredible.
There are a few more details in the story I want to call out. Firstly, Foxy is only able to escape the Kraken temporarily by causing an explosion with his cannon and falling into the ocean. This could be a reference to Edwin's explosion we hear about near the end of the game. The explosion that possibly cost him his life.
True.
Symbolizing he was only able to escape Fazbear Entertainment's clutches by literally dying. And once Foxy drowns, he comes face to face with the treasure he was looking for, guarded by 2 ghost pirates. A rabbit and a bear.
Yes!
It would be pretty ironic if they symbolized William and
But when you wove the thread earlier and I said, you're joking. 2 ghost pirates arguing over a treasure? You're joking. Wow. Just a guy, I think the reality is that, like, Edwin had the capacity to be incredible, but he took the wrong path, is what it is. He didn't hit enough. He didn't hit Helpy on the way down, so he didn't get the right path. All right.
Andrew respectively. Once the MCM catalog was theirs, they were the ones who ran away with Edwin's treasure, his and Fiona's creations, and they sure made a lot of money out of it. But what if you kept telling the same story over and over again? It can end up like a game of telephone. The sentence you originally whispered into the ear of one person gets passed on to another and another, until the last person in line is left with complete gibberish. This is exactly how I feel about—
He needed to drink some Respect Women juice. I'm done. Stop. some respect, women juice. God, that got me good. That got me real good. That got me real good. I'm sorry I'm speeding it back up. I just want us to have time to watch Rye Toast too.
About our next story, Foxy's Cowboy Adventure. Just like Fazer Blast, Foxy's Pirate Adventure also got a Pizzaplex remake. We first learn about this attraction in Rune, where we run into an unfinished version of this ride. But we do play a finished version of the ride in Help Wanted 2. Here we see a modern remake of Foxy's Pirate Adventure. This time, Captain Foxy is a cowboy? The story opens up with Pirate Foxy on his pirate ship, still sailing the 7 seas. That is until he declares he's gonna set sail for adventure, and climbs inside a cannon and shoots himself over to the Wild West. I'm not kidding, that's what the ride implies happened. Now we see Foxy all dressed up as a cowboy, enjoying some kind of party. Glamrock Chica is also there, together with a whole group of small critters. From the sign, we can learn this town is called the Brightstone, and seems to be a local village of miners. In the next scene, we are at the train station. A sheep conductor is standing outside the train. I'm assuming Foxy is gonna take the train somewhere, but once we enter the train, we get ambushed by a bunch of bandits who want our money. Luckily, we are able to escape them by going into a random cave. After going through the scary cave, we end up back in town, where we see Chica serving drinks and Foxy playing piano. As we continue, we get attacked by the bandits again, but we defeat them by shooting them with our gun. The story ends with Foxy saying that friendship was the real treasure all along.
And the real treasure was friendship all along.
What in the Freddy above just happened? The story of this dark ride.
You said that. What just happened? I'm a wonderful husband, Edwin. Probably somewhere with no legs. You said that. The second Foxy ride was a little bland when compared to the first one. Well, it's a if it's a watered down version of the story we've heard before, then I think that would make sense. Cowboy Foxy scares me in a way that a coat on a hanger in the dark room scares you. Interesting. You know what scares me is this movie that I watched when I was a kid that I cannot find now. And I don't know how I ended up in my possession, but it scared the living crap out of me. And I don't think it had any right. I don't think it was trying to be scary. I think it just did scare me. But it was like a Raggedy Ann movie. And I can't find it. The one that I thought that it wasn't. Unless I'm just misremembering because I was so young when I watched it. But I didn't like it. It made me uneasy. Made me uncomfortable.
Alright, literally makes no sense. It's possible I'm missing some context, since there are textures of Foxy getting captured and exploring the cave, but I couldn't actually find them anywhere inside of the ride. But even if they were in the ride, they don't really fix the mess that is this story. This story completely ruins what the original story was about, removing so much context and adding random details that just become meaningless. This story
because the AI is hallucinating!
Nothing. This story says nothing. It's the result of Fazbear changing the story so much over the years that it becomes meaningless. But still, the story being meaningless actually tells us a lot. The first version of the story we discussed was an original story made by MCM, a story about teamwork that was ironically fed to an AI machine made to replace workers. The second was a version of the story that was made once Fazbear Entertainment got their hands on the MCM catalog, changing the original story to make it their own. And the final version is made by modern Fazbear Entertainment, after the events of Help Wanted, a company that is desperately trying to cover up its past. The original ride reflected what really happened between Edwin and Fazbear Entertainment. Meanwhile, Foxy's Cowboy Adventure tries its best to cover it up, turning it into something completely meaningless. But that's not the only meaning the story has to offer. In reality, there is an even older version of the Foxy story presented in Secret of the Mimic. Just like a classic fairy tale, it's impossible to find out where the original story originated from. But when it comes to Foxy's story, I think this version is as close as we'll get to the original. In Secret of the Mimic, there is a secret ending you can only unlock by replaying the game. If you collect all the collectibles required to beat the Moon.exe minigame, you gain access to the glitch permission. This glitch permission...
I freaking forgot. I could not have imagined we were going here, but oh my god, you are so right. Shut up. Shut up! Clavis. Evan, I can see that happening. Anybody else watch Between the Lions? I love Between the Lions, but what the heck was going on with that pants puppet? I can't even remember what his full name was, but the pants puppet. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Can be used to unlock new areas in Edwin's house that were originally inaccessible. Every single one of these rooms contains an audio cassette. Once you collected all 6 audio cassettes, it opens up a vent that will lead you to David's room. If you retrieve the tiger plush and put it on its little pedestal, you unlock the original story. The story in the game is randomized depending on the randomized code you get, but every version of the story has the same structure. The story opens up with 2 animals having fun with each other.
A clumsy chicken came and spilled her marbles. They had fun picking them up.
A roly-poly bear sat down and offered a pot of honey. They ate with glee.
Then a third animal joins them and does something that causes a group of animals to argue and fight.
An angry alligator came by and promised not to eat anyone, but then he ate one of them.
Then the crafty fox came over and challenged all of them to a race, but he cheated to win.
A fourth animal comes around and sees the group fighting, making them scared and running away.
The puppy saw everyone arguing. The group yelled and gnashed their teeth, and it scared the puppy, and she ran away.
The animals are shocked about what they did and realize that anger doesn't solve anything, so they make up with one another and start a band together.
This shocked all the friends, and they realized that anger didn't solve anything. They all started a band and lived happily ever after. The moral of the story is that friendship is the real treasure.
This is a short and simple story.
He AI'd. Bro. Sorry. Bro! This is crazy. The alligator just gets away. Oh, so true. Jeez, man, this is nuts. Ah, this is crazy. Messed up. This is messed up. This messed up. Get out of here. This is the kind of stuff that, like, I don't know how to do. I'm so glad your brain works like this. Thank goodness for Clavis. Dang! Monty being... Monty's a little bit of a butthead. Day one butthead for him.
Story with a pretty clear moral.
Yeah.
The story feels like an early draft of what eventually became the Foxy Puppet Show. It's similar to how a lot of famous fairy tales originate from simple myths. In this version of the story, it's also clear who it's told by. Edwin and M1, telling the story to David before he goes to sleep. By the fact the machine is activated by the tiger plush, I assume that this is something Edwin made after the death of Fiona for his son David. A recording of Edwin and what sounds like the voice of Fiona, reading their son a bedtime story so he can go to sleep.
This is my favorite
Edwin could keep
FNAF
working
theory.
without wasting time to read a story for David. But this also implies that before Fiona died, he probably did read stories to David with her. I think this story was originally told by Fiona and Edwin to David before Fiona's death, telling their little baby boy stories together before he went to sleep. But just like everything, Edwin had to make a machine to do the storytelling instead, once Fiona was gone. This storytelling machine may also be one of the reasons why M1 started to copy Fiona in the first place. Edwin wanted to make an AI replica of his wife's voice, so that it could read his son's stories through this machine, using M1 as a way to replicate it. But being used as David's babysitter, and being used as a machine to replicate his wife's voice, eventually caused M1 to develop into the obedient and soulless copy of the real Fiona.
It's giving Smart House again.
But also, symbolically, this version of the story also reflects the motivations of M1 during the game. Not only does this story literally fix M2 and turn him into David, but the story itself also represents this transformation. Just like the original story, the animal friends lash out in anger, causing them to fight with one another, until they change their ways and learn to work together to start a band. While the core of the Foxy Show is about working together and friendship, this story focuses on learning how to control your anger. The Foxy Puppet Show is about the moral Edwin needed to learn. Meanwhile, this one is about the moral M2 needs to learn, so he can be fixed. And that's it. That's the history of Foxy's story as far as we know it. But there's also another way to interpret these stories.
I can't believe you're about to cook even more. This is how we got refried beans right here. They said, do it again. You know what? Ain't fried enough. Do it one more time. Three-course meal.
Originally, this third chapter was gonna focus on the other story of the Foxy rides, that being the secret routes you can unlock by shooting the Helpy signs. But during the writing of the script, I further discussed this topic with my friend Zarek, going back and forth on the evidence. I slowly began to find out there can be a second interpretation to the Foxy stories. And you can achieve that interpretation by treating all three stories as parts of the same story. And surprisingly, it seems to be the story of Edwin Murray himself. The original story would be about Edwin's past. The story represents MCM when it was still being controlled by Edwin Sr., who is represented in the story by the captain. First Mate Foxy represents Edwin, the next in command to become the captain of the ship. You learn from the audio tapes that Edwin Sr. was aware of Fazbear Entertainment, and he warned his son about them. In this way, the squid would still represent Fazbear Entertainment. In this version of the story, Edwin successfully learns this lesson, and learns how to work together with his crew and become a worthy successor. But like mentioned before, this doesn't happen in reality. This split
This graphic design is my passion stuff right here. Absolutely incredible.
is an idealized version of what really happened. Meanwhile, Foxy's Pirate Adventure is about the aftermath of what really happened. The ride represents Edwin right before the events of Secret of the Mimic. Instead of being the first mate, Foxy's now the captain of the ship, a captain that is desperately looking for treasure. Just like the real Edwin, Foxy has lost his pirate crew, making him an easy target for the Kraken. The Kraken, who represents Fazbear Entertainment, is successfully able to take over the ship, forcing Foxy to abandon the ship by causing an explosion. Like I said before, I think this explosion is a parallel to the explosion Edwin accidentally causes to his office in Secret of the Mimic. This could symbolize that the injuries of the explosion indeed caused Edwin's death, making it easier for Fazbear to take over his company. But it could also mean the opposite. Let's focus on the last part of the story, Foxy's Cowboy Adventure. This story opens up with a very similar scene, Foxy abandoning a ship and escaping to the Wild West by causing an explosion. This scene directly parallels the scene of the
Fiona was a great husband is crazy.
previous ride, but instead of it being near the end, it's at the beginning of the story. In this scene, we can even see the exact same cutout of Foxy escaping the explosion from Foxy's Pirate Adventure, hanging above the entrance of the cannon. It's the only reused cutout in the whole ride. It's like the story starts where the previous story left off. If the story is truly about Edwin, the ride can be interpreted in two different ways. Foxy's Cowboy Adventure either symbolizes Edwin's afterlife, or it shows us what happened to Edwin after he survived the explosion. And boy, I'll admit I'm not a fan of the second option. But I feel, compared to the other two stories, that this one is the most up to interpretation. Because if all the rides are about Edwin's story, that means this ride depicts a part of Edwin's story that hasn't been explored in the games yet. If you look at the ride from that standpoint, it does start to make a bit more sense. It's showing us what Edwin has been doing after the failure of his company. He's just been traveling the world, going to distant lands, exploring caves, taking the train far, far away from here. Foxy in this ride is just partying and messing around, far away from the responsibilities of his pirate ship. He's a pirate that's desperately trying to be a cowboy, escaping from the life he once had. He's a captain that abandoned his ship. And this would be very similar to what happens to Edwin in the Tales from the Pizza Bites books.
That.
After the events of the Mimic story, he also goes on a very long vacation, for 30 years to be exact, until he eventually returns to the Fazbear Company in the Storyteller. But then there's also another way to look at things. One detail I didn't mention, and didn't notice until later, is that at the start of the ride, during the explosion scene, there isn't just one Foxy cutout, but two. The existence of the second Foxy further reinforces the parallels between Foxy's explosion and the explosion to Edwin's office, since M2 started to copy Edwin after the explosion.
And his freaking pants are ripped! Look! He got his legs blown off! His freaking pants are ripped! His pants are ripped! Bruh. Jesus Christ. Clavis? Clavis? How long you been sitting on this? How dare I wait 2 weeks to watch this? Foxy has no legs. Foxy has no legs. Foxy has no legs. Bro. What the heck? What the hell? What the helly? As I forgot to add in the video is that the second Foxy has a parrot. You're joking! Not a freaking parrot! A parrot? A parrot? Shut up. Zeke, I got you, buddy. Look at this dumb toy. Look at this long dog. Or long bunny. It's a long bunny. It's a long bonnie. It's a long bonnie. He loves it. Bruh. This is bonkers.
Explosion and the explosion to Edwin's office, since M2 started to copy Edwin after the explosion happened.
Help! M2, respond. Emergency. Call for help.
A Dratini.
Daddy's busy, buddy. Why don't you go outside and play?
This would mean the second Foxy in the scene represents M2 copying Edwin. This leaves open the possibility that the Foxy we follow during the story isn't actually Edwin, but M2. He's now a walking version of Edwin's legacy after he passed away, implying that Foxy drowning in the original ride did indeed symbolize Edwin passing away. Let's say he's literally and symbolically swimming with the fishes. This fact would completely recontextualize what the ride is about. Instead of Edwin, we're following M2 after the events of Edwin's death. The random critters in the ride may represent the many costumes in the factory. Chica being there represents M1's presence in the factory, symbolized by the character Fiona originally designed. It could even mean that the mermaid Chica in the original ride represents Fiona in the afterlife. It would even recontextualize the random robbers and thieves trying to ambush Foxy during the ride. They're supposed to represent the many Fazbear Entertainment employees trying to break into the facility to capture and retrieve M2. Of course, M2 would see these employees as robbers breaking into his home. But this interpretation also leaves us with another implication. During the ride, Foxy goes into a cave, which could symbolize the cave we see the player character of
Theory, you called it earlier. Okay, Zeke, okay, we're done. We're done with the squeaking. We're done with the squeaking, buddy. I'm sorry, I love you so much. We are done with the squeaking, Jesus. Go play with something else. Go get your bone. Go, like, hang out. Sorry.
Of Moon.exe go into to be reborn.
Seeker,
it's
yes.
It's widely agreed upon that we play as M2 during that minigame. And if the Foxy ride is supposed to be a reflection of real events, that does imply that the Moon.exe ending is the one that canonically happened. Because at the end of the ride, Foxy does learn that friendship is the true treasure all along. The exact same moral that makes M2 turn into David at the end of the story in the secret ending. But it could also be an idealized ending, depicting events that didn't happen, similar to the ending of the MCM puppet show. But in the end, I'm still very unsure about the symbolism in this minigame. Unlike the other two stories, this one can be interpreted in so many different ways. It leaves us with the question of which Foxy the story is really about. Is the cowboy Foxy supposed to represent Edwin, or is he supposed to represent M2? Only the future may tell what the actual answer is. So, be sure to let me know in the comments below what you think the implication of this ride is.
Go let them know!
I originally planned this video to go on after this, but after adding this whole section to the script, I've chosen to make this series a two-parter. Next video, I will be discussing the other story we can find in both Foxy rides, and how they connect to the story of the Murray family. This was Galaski, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching.
Fam, will you please go... Are we up to 1,000 yet? We better be. We better be close. We better be close. Talk to me. Where are we at? 972? Come on. Come on. We gotta... These are rookie numbers. How many people are you are in here? How many people are in here? We got 43 people in here. Come on. Come on. Come on. We're so ready for part 2. Clavis, Clavis, Clavis. Will you all please go comment on the video of Clavis's? Please. Thank you, Raven. Will you go comment? Yeah, I've been subbed. I've been subbed. I've been subbed since... I don't know. Recently. Since recently. I've been subbed for a while. Of course. Let's friggin' go. Hi, Toast. She knocked psychic friend Fredbear off of the table. So, no more psychic friend. What do I even comment, though? What do we comment? Fiona was a good husband. Fiona was a good husband. Or don't forget pirate rule number 22. No snacks. No birthday snacks. Or no party snacks. Whatever it was. God friendship. God friendship. The real theory was friendship all along. There's a lot of really good options. God friendship is hilarious, though. Oh, man. This is good stuff. That was good stuff. That was a nice palate cleanser after Game Theory. No offense, Game Theory. That just like, that's what I love about FNAF is like the themes, you know? I don't need to know the exact days everything happened. I just want to know what the heck is going on. And that is what the heck is going on. Steel Wool did put that in there. I want to find the Rytos video where they basically do my job for me, where I need to make Remnant Plex Part 2. And, well, yeah. Yeah, there it is. 4 weeks ago. Is Murray's costume manner powered by Remnant? Yes. Yes, it is. Fiona is world's best mom. Fiona is world's best woman. 3 stories, each with different goals to get friendship. The goals mirroring the afflictions of M1 programming. The storyteller is trying to fix the Mimic program by teaching its 3 storages. Theory. Good. Good shout. Discussing big ideas sometimes feels so much better than listing off statistics. Exactly, Evan. This also reinforces that the puppet files are the 3rd storage in mixes. God. You guys are so cool. I don't know anything about Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm not giving you that toy back, buddy. I'm sorry. It's too much squeaking. It's too much squeaking on stream, my guy. Too much squeaking. I do love you, though, buddy. I do love you. But we're no more squeaking, okay? I love you, but no more squeaking. I could kiss this goat in the most platonic way. Oh, Theory somehow was the Taylor Swift thing. You supporting your wife. TD uploaded a new podcast episode. Let's go. I want to watch this first because it's about Remnant Plex, basically. And I gotta.
Secret of the Mimic is an incredibly dense game.
Right.
Every corner hides something.
Oh my god. Chill out, buddy. Apparently all I needed in FNAF Theories was a detailed and informed analysis of characters and themes. So simple. Why doesn't everyone do this? Joking. I was in that? You were in the T-Dreads podcast? That's exciting. It was fun. Mrs. Chum really enjoyed it. I love that. Are my comments not showing up on screen? I just saw that one. Just a guy. Inject the themes into my veins. What are we watching next? I answered your question. My Plex? Yeah, it is Remnant. I answered your question. I did everything I could. Okay. Man, I'm already full and I want to eat more pizza. That's so messed up. I hate when I get full when I still want food. Does anybody else get like that? Oh, you get full and you're like, no, I want it. I wrote that a while ago. Okay, I'm sorry. I just went back up and looked for your last thing. The last thing I see on here is inject the themes into my veins. So I scrolled up and I found the last thing I saw. I'm sorry. Okay. Writhe and narrow. Okay. Yeah, I can't even remember what the... It's okay. Sometimes I just get confused. I'm not great at reading tone. Cheesecake does that to you. Did you know that way back then, they would stuff kids inside the foundations of the London Bridge foundations to keep it up and standing? Is that true? Is that true? That's disgusting. All right. Let's get into it.
Secret of the Mimic is an incredibly dense game. Every corner hides something worth speculating on, even if it might not amount to much in the grand scheme of things. But with all the huge lore drops like the Prototype Pizzeria or M1 versus M2, or even Twink Death Moon, some weirdness of this...
Now what in the hell is that? Twink Death Moon? Now what in the hell? I have to be up for work in 6.5 hours? Woof. Hot take, you don't enjoy cheesecake? Fair enough. I love cheesecake. But I have 32 sweet teeth. Yeah, twink Half Moon? Not correct.
Game gets lost in
I need like I need somebody's job to be transcript writer for all FNAF theorists so we can get these fixed.
cracks. For example, the power of the facility. Why is this entire factory powered by glowing golden goo?
Because of
What's the
what I
deal with
said.
Edwin Murray's weird goo. Slices, put on your aprons and let's bake ourselves a theory. Also, cat tower. It's hard to tell because he's a black cat, but not only is Mark on top, Casey's in the little hole there.
I see
thinking of
Casey's
getting
eyes.
A hanging cat tower for this door. I think that would look really nice, especially since there's nothing on the door already, but I don't know. So when I
Oh, obviously the person should be paid, Butterfly. Obviously the person should be paid. I've heavily considered just paying somebody to do my captions for me. I have considered it. I told somebody forever ago that I was going to start putting my scripts in the like on a Google Drive or something so people could read them, because some people don't want to watch my videos, they just want to read the theory, and I haven't done it, so I'm a loser. But I still have all the scripts, so it would be really easy for somebody to just take my script in most cases, you know, other than the ones where I don't have a script. And it would be really easy for them to, in most cases, I would just hand you the script and you just throw it up in there. So wouldn't be hard. I don't have the money at this exact moment to pay somebody. In the future, I will, though. Like, once I get my money right, I will have it again. But she ain't right now. Honestly, I put some stuff on my credit card that I ought not have. But it's just where we are right now. But I am getting paid to do the movie that or the short film that I'm in right now. So I haven't lost any money by not being on YouTube, because I have been doing other side work that that pays me the same amount that it would have been. Hey, okay. I mean, it's good to know that somebody's about it.
That would look really nice, especially since there's nothing on the door already, but I don't know. So when I say Edwin Murray's weird goo, what do I mean by that? Well, several times throughout...
we're filming it right now. Who knows when it'll be done? I don't know if I'll ever be able to share it with you, frankly, but you know, if I ever am, then I'll let you know. But yeah, yup. My friend wrote a movie, a short film, and asked me to be in it, and I'm humbled. I did not expect to be getting paid, and I have been paid, and it has been nice. But I do have to wake up really early on Sundays right now. Edwin's weird goo, AO. Edwin Murray's weird goo. You guys are goobs. You guys are goobies. Okay.
Secret of the Mimic, we have to turn on power for a certain area. If it's only a small...
If I can just speed this up just a smidge. If it's gonna be too fast. Not Edwin's Mystery Mix. Get out of here. Okay, let me go back a little bit.
I think that would look really nice, especially since there's nothing on the door already, but I don't know. So when I say Edwin Murray's weird goo, what do I mean by that? Well, several times throughout Secret of the Mimic, we have to turn on power for a certain area. If it's only a small object, typically it's just a generator, but for larger parts of the facility, we need to do one of these puzzles. These pipe minigames require you to make a specific path so that the goo from the right side of the puzzle can squirm its way through to the left side of the puzzle and then power on the facility. But this golden goo flows throughout the entire facility, in every power station we find, and has several massive tubes of it being directly redirected into Edwin's personal house. So what is this golden goo? Why was it off in the first place? And why does any of that matter? Well, to figure out what it is, we need to go to its source and figure out where it's coming from. And luckily, the game makes that very easy. About halfway through the game, we visit the Doll Hospital, otherwise known as the Recycling Center of Murray's Costume Manor, which, another fun Faz fact, in Five Nights at Freddy's, Edwin Murray canonically invented the concept of recycling. I love the weird, in case you're not in the know, there's so many like weird world facts about FNAF. The fact that bears went extinct, and it's hinted that Fazbear Entertainment hunted them to extinction because they kept going after pizza. There's so many weird world facts that are just fun little tidbits. Man, as much as I love medieval fantasy. Nice. I have a pretty rough habit of... Thanks again to Fume for sponsoring today's video. Well, ain't no rest for the wicked. Regardless, in this area, the overhead recording of Edwin...
I kind of live... I don't want context. No rest for the wicked. Has a sword. Let's go.
tells us that MCM takes discarded materials or things they no longer find useful or necessary and turns them into new stuff. However,
Black
it's not
people.
exactly what we're seeing
Black
in this recycling
people.
center. It seems like costumes that are usable, like Captain Springlock, are seen and either repaired or cleaned, but the ones that are unsalvageable are instead crushed and thrown in a furnace, a massive melter filtering the molten sludge into nearby containers. And theoretically, this is still recycling, right? That's how you recycle metals. You melt it down, you make new metal, and you do it somewhere else. Granted, I think that's basically Damascus, which isn't that sturdy, which might explain why Edwin Murray's animatronics aren't that good. But regardless, wouldn't you know that the sludge in this facility looks just like the golden goo? So the thing powering this entire facility is glowing golden molten metal. Interesting. Hey, that kind of sounds like...
Bruh, but what did I freaking say? Like, because what did I freaking say? I'm sorry. I'm done making theories. This is it. I was right about something. That's all I care about. That's all I care about. Hey. Jabba, look at this. Hang on. We're gonna keep watching. I'm sorry. Hey. Ciabatta. She's trying to steal my pizza. That is nuts. She's trying to steal my pizza. It's you can kind of see it right here, straight off screen. And this little tramp is trying to take my pizza. Okay.
Remnant is a bit of a buzzword in Five Nights at Freddy's anymore. It's as unexplained as a concept as it is integral to the plotline.
So true.
We'll unfortunately have to go over and discuss what it is and if it possibly could be in this game. The main books that actually delve
Let's go, I'm an influencer. Let's go.
Into the mechanics of Remnant are the epilogues in the Fazbear Fright short story collections. In there, it's explained that Remnant is essentially a material of two materials. When a soul possesses metal, that metal is considered Remnant. We also learn through the books and the games that Remnant can be heated in order to be made malleable and injectable into other objects. We see in the third book of the Silver Eyes trilogy, The Fourth Closet, that William Afton essentially melts together the original 4 animatronics and keeps them at a super hot temperature to extract molten metal out of it and inject it into the sister location animatronics to power them up and make them more controllable. So the books establish that yes, Remnant can be used to power machinery, but can it really be used to power an entire facility? Well, for that, it's useful to look at a theory we discussed earlier this year, Remnantplex. Now, I have a whole video delving into Remnantplex and its implications, but I think it's
That's us, baby! That's us! Oh my god, that's us! That's us! That's us, baby! That's us! Hello, that's me!
most useful to actually go over to She's Always Nervous's channel, since she is the one who came up with the theory, and her video goes much more in-depth on the mechanics of Remnantplex and the logic behind it. But the very, very brief overview for the purposes of today's video is that Remnantplex posits that the entirety of the security breach Pizzaplex is, at least in part, powered by Remnant, the scooper in the basement being either found or created by the people who made the Pizzaplex, and Vanessa was hired because she had so much—
I'm not gonna say what, but BV stands for something else, not just by victim. And every time I see BV, I don't think by victim. And don't Google it if don't Google it if you're not prepared. It's not cute. But I was like, every time I see it, I'm just always like, what? And then I go, no, not that. By victim, got it.
much weirdness around her, she was sort of the perfect person to manipulate, bring on board, and have her grab those stragglers, grab employees that no one's going to miss, kill them in a way that would create Remnant, and extract that Remnant into the scooper to fill through the rest of the Pizzaplex. That way you have a very, very cost-effective power source, and your animatronics will be more lifelike than any other animatronics possibly could be, because they're literally powered by human souls. This also feeds into the idea that Burntrap is slowly being healed
Josh, what's so true?
To enter that body. We hear throughout the game several times that there's a lot of power being drawn back into the underground pizzeria. And it never quite makes sense because all that power is only powering like a couple lights that have generators and maybe one charging pod, so it's a little strange. But if the power of the Pizzaplex is Remnant, then the idea that Vanny is drawing Remnant down into the pizzeria to infuse into Burntrap's body to make a better host for Glitchtrap makes a lot of sense and adds up with the things we've learned about Remnant throughout this franchise. So theoretically, if Remnantplex is true, Remnant not only could power a facility and still have the effectiveness of Remnant, but it could also be being redirected into a specific
I'm sorry. I understand. why they are saying if, just to be abundantly clear. I'm being a cheeky nervous right now. I'm being cheeky. I know. Ciabatta is so beautiful. She's the prettiest cat. No offense, Toast.
Or a facility and still have the effectiveness of Remnant, but it could also be being redirected into a specific experiment. Now wait a minute, why is that exactly what's happening in Secret of the Mimic? So this stuff kind of sounds like Remnant, and looking at Security Breach, it can power a facility
why won't
like
this
Remnant.
stay in the
but if it is
center of the
Remnant, why is
screen?
it being redirected like Security Breach? I mentioned this earlier, but one of the strangest moments
Now it's, like,
of
way
all
too
of
high
Secret of
up.
the Mimic for me personally was that when you approach Murray's personal mansion, the underground tunnels that take you there show like 8+ massive tubes, all redirecting this molten remnant directly into the house from below. But we
And there's freaking power outages.
never get to see where it's going. We just know it is going there. So the big question would be, who is redirecting all of this goo, and why? Now, straight away, I don't think the redirection is because
What do you need all this goo for?
of M2. At first, part of me liked this theory, the idea that M2 was shutting off power stations to redirect as much remnant back into the manor as possible to better fix its own body. But if M2 really is trying to amass remnant, they're really bad at it. There are so many bodies in Murray's costume manor that were definitely
So
killed by
true.
M2 and were just left lying around. Knowing how remnant typically works, they would have had to either have been killed right next to an animatronic or within an animatronic.
Interesting
and
thought,
hopefully they
Seeker.
would go on to
Interesting.
possess
Let me
said
think.
animatronic. And then you could throw that entire animatronic with the body into the furnace and boom, more remnant for the pile. But M2 kind of just kills people and puts them into a fabric suit. It's not the most effective way to get remnant. Not to mention, the best time to kill someone in this facility to collect their remnant would be when they're wearing a springlock suit. And as we see in the game, M2 doesn't recognize springlock wearers as people. When you're wearing a springlock suit, M2 looks at you and just thinks you're another animatronic. In fact, there's a chance that it'll wave at you. So the most opportune time to get remnant, M2 literally
So
can't
cute.
do. Its programming is not that complex. So if it's not M2, was the collection of remnant originally done by Edwin before he died? After all, we know that he was tirelessly working on something by the time that M2 killed him in his
Hi,
office.
Amy.
Was all of that experimentation working on remnant? And if so, was he maybe trying to fully bring back Fiona, not just recreate her in a robot? All of this seems very possible, but it also wraps back into the biggest problem with this theory. The same reason why I'm not fully sold on this theory myself. The logic of why Edwin would want to do this is there, and there's evidence to help support it. The how Edwin would do this kind of isn't. Now, to be fair, as many
I love sassy hand on the hip Rye. I don't know if this is because they're like, I have to stand, and so I'm using this to help support my back, but it's giving, look at this sassy pose. Look at this sassy toast. I love it.
evidence to help support
How
it.
do you do
The
fellow
how
animatron-
Edwin would do this
animatronic?
kind of isn't. Now, to be fair, as many comments pointed out to me on the podcast where I also floated this idea, we don't know definitively how much remnant can come from one body. But this is a lot of remnant, so in my mind, dead bodies. If that's true, if this is a lot of dead people, where in the hell did Edwin get access to that? Like, you could argue that a few employees died here and there at MCM. After all, it was a very unsafe facility. But look at this remnant vat, and look at these tubes that are everywhere. This is so much remnant. This is like tons, metric tons of remnant. Some people have suggested that possibly all of the Fall Fest fire refuse was obtained and retrieved by MCM and then
I've said
recycled,
this.
which is possibly the best explanation I've ever heard for this much remnant, but that's still a stretch. Why was he allowed to collect a bunch of dead bodies from an accident, and then how did they transport?
not the
and did that even work
bodies,
that
the
way?
stuff,
so if
the
this
metal.
was all the theory was, I would leave it at that. I would leave it at, look, it does.
Yes, Nero. Before I even keep the theory we just watched. We're gonna watch you next, Raven. We're gonna watch you next. Clavis Key did Friendship Theory Part 1, and we watched that just now. And we're trying to get Clavis up to 1,000 subs, and we're at 976 right now. So I don't know. We gotta get Clavis to 1,000 before the stream ends. Okay? Yes, you're in the list. Yes, you're in the list. I'm catching up. I'm way behind.
Look and act a lot like Remnant, but I think it's unlikely that Edwin would get this many bodies. I really want to see if somebody can find evidence to prove that bodies went into this Remnant, because imagine how
Let
much
the
this would
bodies
clear
hit
up
the
early
remnant. Let the
timeline if
bodies
this
hit the
was
remnant.
One of the biggest questions of the Five Nights at Freddy's timeline is where William started. How William after
Also, like, the fact that it's recycling. That's also getting me, the fact that it's recycling, specifically, like, which is, like, remnant is, like, recycling dead bodies, you know what I'm saying? Or death. Recycling dead people. Recycling souls. I don't think it has to be bodies. Does it have to be bodies? I would think it's the metal near the bodies is totally chill. I genuinely think it's the teens Edwin was talking about. I think that's fair, too. I think the teens make sense. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna pay
Just
attention.
imagine how much this would clear up the early timeline if this was Remnant. One of the biggest questions of the Five Nights at Freddy's timeline is where William started. How William Afton came to discover Remnant and why he started to do the things he did.
I just want to say I've said this.
Would answer that question. William is already a shitty guy by the time of Secret of the Mimic, clearly. But he just bought this entire facility, and going through it, not only would he find robots that recreate personalities to give a facade of immortality, but he would have found massive tons worth of glowing goop that, according to Edwin's notes, function in a way similar to the material of a soul. Because look, just because we don't find notes on it, clearly Edwin would have been taking notes on Remnant. It's like how we don't get access to the alt
or his
designs
dad,
and the alt puppet designs. But not only would he have received massive amounts of Remnant in tubes, but at the same time, he would be receiving the bunkers that eventually get turned into sister location, which would mean, in this exact moment of the timeline, William would receive the means, the ammunition, and the information to create Circus Baby's Pizza World and begin experimenting with Remnant on the fun times. He'd learn about it here, about Remnant, immortality. He'd have space to make his workshop, and this seedy, awful businessman could then begin pursuing immortality to the point of insanity. Frankly, this would be incredible evidence for Elizabeth Afton being the first to die on the timeline. And would
because it gives him a reason to make the fun times. Seeker, I see the vision. I'm catching your vision. I thought it was Remnant from the moment I saw it. Then when I found out Dolly was recycling it from old parts, it solidified the thought. Exactly.
4 explain why in FNAF 4, her bedroom is empty. But as nicely as this would fit into the timeline and give clear motive for William to go insane and begin killing people, I can't think of a good source for all this Remnant, unless one person can make way more Remnant than we thought. So I kind of leave this theory with a request to you guys.
Okay.
Can anybody find any good explanation or evidence for Edwin to be amassing this amount of bodies? Besides Fall Fest's fire being so tragic that there were so many people dead that he was able to also wrap into a big bag and dump into his furnace and not have the families of the workers want to claim the bodies.
Hey, Theory, if you're still in chat, CIA, baby. CIA. Okay, baby.
Into his furnace and not have the families of the workers want to claim the bodies. Because even if Fall Fest killed like 100 people, why did the police let Edwin collect the bodies? I don't see a great time or reason for Edwin to have that many bodies. But if you can, please let me know.
CIA, baby.
Such a good piece for the timeline.
They can provide bodies.
This is Remnant. Thanks again to Fume for sponsoring today's video. In the meantime, if you want to see a theory that's so good it's basically confirmed, last week I talked about how Foxy is a good guy. Okay, clickbait aside, it is a really good theory, but it's not the one you're thinking of. You can find that right here. If you want your fan art feature on the channel, make sure to share with #ToastArt. A huge thank you to the vet channel members that don't.
I know, I gotta make a response to this. How about Remnant Plex Part 2 is this too? Hey, look, it's me! Bri, you gotta update that. Maybe this is before. I'm not joined anymore because, my, debit card expired and I haven't replaced it with the new one, so it's like mad at me. We all know how evil who can be, especially when it comes to say what? I know almost all of what that says. Make a Ritos call out video is crazy. I honestly, Diablos Bros, I've unironically considered calling it that because electric boogaloo power. Hello. I know, Raven. Theory has a whole dossier on FNAF and the CIA, and it's a lot. Oh my god. Siri freaking thought I was talking to her earlier, and she scared the crap out of me. I heard a voice in my house, and I was like, there's no one else here. Why did it do that? This is... this is incredible. Okay, anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh, Theory Chum has a whole dossier on, the theory forums on, the ding-danged frickin' Discord. Clavis, where we at, bro? Where we at, fam? 977, guys! Come on! We need like 23 more. A dossier for CIA theory is way too fitting. Well, we're gonna do narrow, but I'm just gonna pop up Theory Chum's channel first real quick. Oh, Kyle, I don't know what I'm doing. Channel. Christ alive. It has to be with a 3. 3 or SEO. I'm not subscribed. My bad. I'm sorry. There we go. There it is. What? Where did it go? There it is. It's Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh god, it's you guys are covering it up. We'll go back. We can see it there. Is Five Nights at Freddy's based on a covert CIA experiment? Let's go. Let's go. Only 280 views. Isn't that nuts? So, I do not trust those white void thumbnails to not be AI slop. Yeah, probably. Probably. Would not put it past him. But, anyway. There you go. That's one we should watch one day, but I said we was going to watch Narrow Raven, and it's 10 o'clock. Just a guy, no need to apologize. Okay, which one of these did I want to watch? I think it was this one. We were wrong about FNAF's Vengeful Spirit, and I solved him, but I want to make sure. Yeah. This is the one I want to watch. We should watch the Mixes video after Clavis. We can do that. That one's not as long, right? No offense. Not in a mean way. It's just... I just gotta go bed. Alright, Nero. We're into you. Your night routine. Cute.
On December 27th.
Okay. Yeah, it's only 6.5. We'll watch that one in. We'll watch that one. Then maybe that'll be the send-off. Okay, this is at 1.25 speed. We'll see. I need y'all to get Clavis Key up to 1,000 subscribers. Please. They were on screen for a second, Mrs. Trap. Don't worry about it. It was... I typed in the wrong thing to get to Theory Chum's channel. Okay.
2024. I discovered a connection that pieced together a huge part of the Vengeful Spirit mystery to the point where I claimed to have solved the Vengeful Spirit. But there was a problem. I never told you who the Vengeful Spirit actually was. So today, that changes. After researching for over half a year, I finally have all the connections to give a definitive answer to this question. So let's rewind it all the way back, shall we? Today, we solve who is truly the Vengeful Spirit.
Can someone explain to me why the captions won't just be in the middle of the screen and why they're all like cattywampus that way? Is there something I can do about this? Character edge style. What the hell does that mean? Jackson, you and I, we are just not on it. Okay, I'm so sorry. But we are behind, you and I.
Hello everyone,
okay, Nero.
My name is Noah Raven, and welcome to the Xander Zone. In today's episode, I finally, officially take my stance on who the Vengeful Spirit is, despite the community's popular beliefs. So make sure to stick from the beginning to the end so you get the full slice on this theory and take a huge bite out of the story of the one you should not have killed. As always, if you enjoy, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. Without further ado, let's get right into the video. Alright, let's do a quick recap on 14 Theory, as it's been a while and there's even more evidence from these cutscenes that I've now noticed, so let's get into it. First, let's take you back to high school, specifically Toy Chica's high school years. Now, at first glance, these cutscenes don't seem all that mysterious. You have a murderous chicken and 7 victims. Seems like a story about William and his murders. Though, a detail not many people notice is the slanted 14 on the locker that remains that way in every other depiction of it, making it an intentional detail. So what does it mean? Well, we have 50 characters in the roster, so let's count 14 characters into the roster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Oh
11,
my
12,
God.
13, 14. We land on Withered Golden Freddy. Isn't that quite interesting, as the whole theme of this game is about that creepy old and decrepit bear, though how is this intentional? Well, if you're someone who believes that
Toy Chica is William Afton,
then you'll notice in these cutscenes that Toy Chica's locker is the 15th locker. So let's count again, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We land on Springtrap, which obviously is just good old Willie stuck in his favorite furry suit. At first glance, this just looks like a nod to Fredbear and Spring Bonnie.
This could not like this is not a dig at all, because like I also like 14 Theory, but this is like the exact opposite of the like video we just watched, like with Clavis, or with Clavis's video. It's like Rytos is maybe a little bit in the middle or whatever, I don't know, but it's like the two sides of the coin where like Clavis is like pure Clavis is like purely like looking at like this one little thing and you know, stretching it out to be like, this is the themes and everything, you know, and Nara Raven is like, math, statistics, look at this, look at that, look at this, it all connects. Like a bunch of red streak everywhere, you know what I mean? And it's like, so it's just funny to see the two sides of like FNAF theorizing. I'm not mad at it. I'm not saying that to say like, ew. Like, I'm just saying like it's so funny. Y'all pray for me.
Look, it's so much.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna watch this video, but please pray for me because Zeke is over here chewing on a hoof. I don't know if y'all have ever had to smell one of these dang hoofs, but it's death, vile, sick. Freddy Fazbear animatronic smell with a kid stuffed inside. Sick.
14, 15. We land on Springtrap, which obviously is just good old Willie stuck in his favorite furry suit. At first glance, this just looks like a nod to Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. Though as we take a closer look, it's so much more than that, as throughout this game you can get 14 cutscenes, the final one being unlocked for being 4920 mode, which is of course Golden Freddy, alone in the void, twitching as he fades into the darkness. That's essentially a recap, so let's get into our new evidence.
God, I thought something was wrong with me.
Wait, didn't we just cover this one?
Yeah, we did. But there's more here that we missed in the original 14 theory that helps point towards who our vengeful spirit is.
Oh, alright. Carry on.
Alright, so there's a few things I want to bring up in these cutscenes. First is the technical first victim of Toy Chica, being represented by this Foxy hook. Now typically this would mean that Chica killed Foxy, though we never get an answer as to what the story is behind this weird hook, though I have a theory on this. Let's wind it back a few games all the way to FNAF 4. In FNAF 4, we play as a crying child that is tormented by his older brother that is constantly shown to be wearing a Foxy mask.
Fact.
However, at the end of the game, crying child ends up being shoved into Fredbear's mouth by his older brother, still wearing the Foxy mask. And well, I think you know the rest, though I hear you crying out.
But that isn't William who killed Crying Child.
Wrong. There's a theory going around that I was introduced to by Unwither Truth in which Crying Child would be alive. However, after the final line of "I will put you back together," a flat line is heard, meaning Crying Child has passed away. This theory falls under William essentially pulling the plug on CC to resurrect him later on. Though, why do I think this is the case? Well, we know that Golden Freddy and Fredbear are important to the story of UCN, and we've established so far that our Eventual Spirit has to have a connection to these two characters. And Golden Freddy's secret and mechanic is perfect.
Eventual Spirit. I'm telling you, we gotta get some people making the captions in these videos. These auto-generated things. Foxy did indeed get destroyed. I thought this was gonna say Afton killed Edwin. That's so funny.
To show this.
I understand your logic.
Golden Freddy has is when set to 1 and is death coined, he appears as Fredbear and kills William, essentially coming back from the dead to get revenge on William for killing him by taking the form of the very thing that resulted in his death. I also want to bring this up from the Frights books about Andrew. Andrew doesn't remember what William did to him. All he knows is that he hates William with a passion. But I do remember wanting to get back at someone who hurt me. I think I attached myself to him. I got into
Is there a freaking typo in the book? But I do remembering wanting to get back at someone? Scholastic, get on it.
Soul. Made sure he couldn't move on when he should have died. I remember I wanted him to suffer the way he made me suffer, but I don't remember what he did. I just know I hung on.
Clavis,
No matter what they
true.
did to him to try and save him, I wanted him to hurt.
That's nuts.
I remember they tried to kill him, but I wasn't going to let him go until I was ready. It's weird. I remember being so angry and determined, but I don't know why. Andrew has memory issues, something that the frontal lobe helps control, something that CC has damaged due to the bite of 83, which would also explain why Fredbear appears. Only CC would have a reason to and possibly memory of Fredbear. Cassie
He
wouldn't,
don't
and neither would Andrew,
remembering.
as Fredbear is never near those two characters to our knowledge, only Golden Freddy, or in Andrew's case, neither of them.
Wait, are you saying parallels?
Pretty much.
But why?
Everybody's in this
I'm
video.
glad you asked. The more I've looked into these books and read them, especially the story The Man in the Room 1280, the more I've realized something. These books are different routes Scott could have taken to tell the story of FNAF but didn't. Thus, these books were made as a separate continuity to tell those forgotten stories, to fill in gaps by using characters that act similarly to other characters from the game. That results in essentially a FNAF multiverse that you can use to solve lore by applying certain characters from the games, characters from the books, and be able to piece them together. A big example of this is The Man in Room 1280 itself, as in this story, there's a lot of issues with it that just don't quite work with how UCN is shown to us in the games. Some of these issues are, of course, Flame having both muscle and a whole arm back, when previously we saw he was mainly bone with a few parts of muscle left. Next is how UCN is described
dare
to
you
us
show me
being
that?
two consciousnesses fighting back and forth, which I can at the very least say there's at least 3 consciousnesses in here, if not more, being our vengeful spirit, William, and Withered Bonnie.
What is this new prison? Is it me trapped or is it you? Perhaps it is us both.
So yes, I believe that both Frights and Tales are narrative parallels that are in continuity to their universe.
Yeah. Yuck, why is this what I see when I join Terminal? He do look so ugly, though. He do be looking quite ugly. I'm actually going to cry. Nero, you really did us dirty, and we do deserve an apology. I will be expecting an apology video for you showing us that stuff, frankly. I'm glad that we ate pizza earlier.
We can take certain aspects from those stories and apply them to the games. Alright, now we're back at high school. So there's 2 more things I already know you want answers to. First is, well, who are the other 6 victims? Sure, we have our answer to the first, but what about numbers 2 through 7? Well, I'm confident saying that this is the MCI and Charlie, as we see Charlie grouped together with the MCI throughout the FNAF games, and even in later entries such as Help Wanted 2 with the gravestones. So sadly, we only know for sure how 2 of these victims were lured and how they correspond to these characters. The first one is Wolf, who corresponds to Susie, as Wolf is lured after Toy Chica runs over his dog, which is exactly what happens to Susie as shown to us in the Fruity Maze minigame, and well, the puppet for Charlie because, well, Charlie possesses the puppet. The rest, though, I wouldn't know for sure who is who there out of the MCI, as we never really see or hear their stories throughout the games or even the books. So, for the sake of it, I'll throw out my idea. DC would know of the other victims as that was after the frontal lobe injury, and that's why he tells their stories and not his, because he doesn't remember his story. And as well, we have left over a fox, a bear, and a rabbit, which would be our Gabriel, Jeremy, and Fritz, with the last character, Pigpatch, going to Cassidy. Now that brings us to our last Toy Chica connection, the last line spoken by Toy Chica.
But tomorrow is another day.
Not the panty shot of Chica,
Tomorrow
Jesus.
is another day. A line said to one character and one character only. Crying Child in FNAF 4. These connections drove me insane and started my brain on a new view of the vengeful spirit being the Crying Child. These could be coincidences, so let's get into our next line of evidence that helps further support this.
I'm about it.
Toasty.
There's no way you're gonna connect Five Nights at Freddy's the anime to Crying Child.
Well, I am. So let's get into it. So first, I want to connect these 3 characters as we have Freddy, who is vengeful towards our next character, Foxy, which then there's Foxy's minion, Mangle. Wait, Mangle? That makes no sense. These are FNAF 1 animatron... Oh. So, if their vengeance is essentially Michael versus Crying Child, how can we say this for sure? Well, it's actually their dynamic, in the way Foxy describes the punishments for Freddy after each cutscene. So let's get into their dynamic. Well, Freddy constantly tries to get revenge on Foxy after Foxy keeps giving him punishments, in which Freddy plots consistently fail. However, Foxy's punishments seem almost childish in nature. For example, making Freddy cook him burnt breakfast, or making Freddy do his laundry. Now, as a brother myself, this sounds like something an older sibling would do to their younger sibling as punishment for annoying them or doing something bad, and thus you won't tell on them. So, how does Foxy describe each punishment?
Nero, this is what we chit-chatted about this, didn't we? I feel like we chit-chatted about this before this video came out. I feel like we talked about this. Because I liked your stuff. I feel like you messaged me about this. I was like, this all feels vaguely familiar.
Well, punishment 1. A night he won't forget. So how is this connected to something that happens to Crying Child? Well, in the opening cutscene of FNAF 4,
I like
Crying
it a
Child is
lot.
simply locked in his room all day? Night? Well, we can't tell because there's no windows in this kid's room, though regardless, being locked inside of your room for hours on end as a kid is definitely something you wouldn't forget. Now, punishment 2. I will humiliate him.
So
And
true,
what happens
Seeker.
on the second minigame of FNAF 4? Well, Michael quite literally humiliates CC by scaring him to the point in which he just flat out cries on the floor of the living room.
Poor baby.
Then punishment 3. I will test his determination. In which, in the third minigame, Michael leaves CC alone at Fredbear's and, well, CC never makes it home on his own and just cries instead, completely failing Michael's test of determination. Punishment 4. I will give him a greater purpose. Which is the weakest one we have here, however. On the fourth minigame, guess what? CC is now the talk of the town, given the greater purpose of being the kid who cries under tables at Fredbear's family diner. Punishment 5. Wait, there's no punishment here. Foxy just plans to go on vacation. Well, it is a punishment rather, as in the fifth minigame, CC is locked in the backstage area and Michael just leaves to go and do what he wants. Lastly,
Goes on
the
vacation.
final bear of vengeance. Now, there's actually no punishment for this one, but rather, Freddy has something interesting to tell us.
それは暗闇があるまで私を運んだ。目が覚めるとこれは死後のビジョンであると思えた。私は何が来るのかを見ていた。私の祖先が前に行った場所を見た。しかし私の周りの人は言った。いや、私はちょうどあまりにも多くの道場のジュースを持っていたと言った。そして窓の下で、そして下のアルパカの飲み物のトラフに落ちた。ひどい匂いだった。
The sun has set on the land, and the land is dark. Sounds like the final minigame of FNAF 4, the sixth one in which the only light source fades away and the land goes dark. And lastly, Freddy vows to follow the fox, which is something Golden Freddy does in FNAF 1, 2, 3, 4, Sister Location, and FFPS.
I mean, you're right.
Wait. Where is Golden Freddy in FFPS?
Yes! Keep asking those questions because I got answers. In FFPS, Golden Freddy has some rather interesting voice lines that he'd be saying to Michael.
Thanks for letting me join the party. I'll try not to disappoint. One big happy family. Together again.
So he's referring to the situation as a family coming back together and being happy together alongside a party being mentioned. Though there's an issue here. Golden Freddy is, well, the MCI, right? We know that Ennard had one ringleader inside of him along.
Mo Freddy, mo problems. You know what I'm saying, captions? Look at this.
Golden Freddy is, well, the
Mo Freddy, mo problems, girl. Oh yeah, because it like comes out of the specific ear. It is a little crazy.
MCI, right? We know that Ennard had one ringleader inside of him alongside the MCI, Circus Baby. Though Circus Baby was kicked out and someone had to replace essentially the ringleader, right? That's where CC comes in to take the limelight and take over as the head of Ennard. So, Cassidy believers, I hear you screaming that it should be Cassidy who takes over, and I'm also here to tell you that once again, that you're wrong. Let me pull out Return to the Pit, FNAF Twitter's most hated book. As many of you know, the happiest day does happen in this book, in which the final, fifth piece of cake is handed to a girl with curly hair. Something that we see Cassidy depicted as in the security logbook on the exact page about happiest day. Meaning that happiest day resulted in Cassidy moving on and thus leaving only CC behind and Golden Freddy, thus mean only Gabriel, Jeremy, Fritz, Susie, and CC are within Molten Freddy, and guess who takes over yet again?
I don't hate that logic.
Left in the amalgamation, Crying Child, which then explains our happily family voice lines and why Molten Freddy would kill Michael as CC would still want revenge on also Michael. Something we see in Bear Vengeance and mean happiest day was actually only Cassidy's happiest day, which is why Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy have interesting voice lines in some way throughout UCN, helping us to explain Withered Bonnie's voice line of confusion and Withered Chica's voice line of knowing the vengeful spirit. If you really want to erase the DCI, Mangle as well being Fritz. So enough of that, let's lighten the mood with FNAF World has been one of the most confusing games in FNAF, as no matter how you see it, it is canon to the overall story of FNAF. So let's start to dissect this and see what's going on under the lid. First, we got the map, which as you can see looks like a brain, and in a lot of areas, they're alive and happy. There's an area that's just a wasteland. The area that would be the frontal lobe, yet again. The frontal lobe, just being dead, should help us connect that this is CC's brain, though what does this mean for the story of FNAF World?
They can't.
Well, in FNAF World, we set up
can't
Happy's
hear
Day, and by
vengeful.
doing so, we are helping him put the pieces back together. Now, we did answer Happiest Day earlier, being for Cassidy, and we are in CC's brain, so it must be helping CC put his pieces back together. That leaves 2 questions for us. Who is Yellow Eyes, and when does this happen? Well, I believe our answer lies within 2 FNAF sources, the security logbook and FFPS. Let's open up the security logbook first though, shall we? Well, we have references from FNAF 1 to sister location, meaning FFPS hasn't happened yet. So when was Michael writing this book, and when were these 2 spirits communicating? Well, let's listen to the first voice line in FNAF 3.
Hey, glad you came back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
Michael has been working here previously, even before the week we play in FNAF 3, meaning that odds are Michael was writing in this book the week before. No, not that one. In which these spirits were also talking in the book in which Michael was also having the nightmares of FNAF 4. The security logbook is FNAF 3's week before, explaining how Michael is having nightmares of FNAF 4, and when these spirits are talking, though obviously CC isn't back together yet, as one of the spirits, who is CC, is confused but is slowly remembering his life, such as, the party was for me. He's being put back together, and the progress is being documented in this book, though that begs the question for Yellow Eyes. Who is it? Well, if CC and the puppet are working hand in hand to make Happiest Day, then I think it explains this for us. Yellow Eyes is Charlie, something that the security puppet also has in both FFPS and UCN that doesn't have in the minigames, a detail Scott gave us intentionally. So, what does Candy Cadet Stories mean, especially about that key, and kitten, and burglar? I think that our combined item that affects the fates of everything is CC, as in every story, something is split into 5 or just a random amount and combined into 1. That thus means that the other 5 kids can't leave their prisons, 1 kid is stitched back together, and 5 bodies are forged into 1 body and coffin. In these stories, we get a timeline of CC's return yet again. The kid is him being split into different parts and stitched back together that results in the 5 kids not being able to leave. So, Happiest Day, Cassidy is able to move on, and thus CC and the 4 MCI are left behind to be combined together in 1 coffin. So that's just an interpretation with some evidence, but not much, so let me know what you think of that one in the comments. Though that's still not all I got, I promise.
Bruh, how does Nero not even have 5,000 subscribers? You guys gotta get on some of this stuff. This is crazy to me. Before we finish watching this, I gotta check on Clavis real quick. We gotta go back and check on Clavis. It looks like I looked myself up. That is ridiculous. I was just trying to... $9.78. You guys aren't helping me out here. I feel like most of you guys are probably just subscribed by now and there's something you can do. I'm begging you. They have 14 videos. 14 videos? Come on now. Come on now. That's a sign, baby. That's a sign. We just need 22 more. We just need 22 more. It is true, Seeker, but I mean your point stands as well. Terminal. How to kill a shrimp. Shut up. We'll see what actually comes up. I'm curious. Hassan. That, I don't even know why I was... Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. Back to this. Sorry.
UCN has even more evidence that doesn't apply to just one section, so we're gonna kind of just throw them into one category here. Well, we got some FNAF World stuff again, so let's get through that. First is the fact that FNAF World characters appear in UCN, and no, I don't just mean Old Man Consequences. I mean Tangle, and White Rabbit, and Bounce Pop. Characters that only the player who is helping CC and CC would know about, which we have already established that Charlie is the one helping CC put these pieces back together. So with the appearance of OMC being another FNAF World character, who also is the only other character to have a unique interaction when set to 1, it connects Fredbear to OMC to one another, which again we've established that the only person who would have a reason to show themselves as Fredbear is Crying Child. Old Man Consequences seems to be essentially Crying Child's like guilty conscience within his own head, urging him to move on and let William deal with his own demons. So Old Man Consequences also may be something else to CC, but regardless, Old Man Consequences appears in CC's head in FNAF World and appears again when CC is essentially in someone else's head, and later in Princess Quest, which it literally frees Vanessa's consciousness from Glitch Trap. Old Man Consequences seems to be a very mental relayed figure within these games that only appears when a conflict or an issue within the mind occurs and acts as a way to resolve those issues. Always lurking and only gets involved when needed. So these voice lines really start to drive home who our vengeful spirit is. First, we have Nightmare Fredbear, which T-Dreads did point out to me a long time ago that sounds like there's a kid in the background out of breath, though that's not the interesting thing to me, but rather these two voice lines.
Let me put you back together, then take you apart.
Oh no, Fazbear.
Let's see how many times you can be pulled apart. We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
Nightmare Fredbear, yet again, references lines that were said to CC, lines that also only CC would know of, and the person who says it to CC, who in this case would be William, that are talking about being taken apart then put back together. Then we get to some other characters, such as Foxy, for example, whose whole mechanic is just taking themselves apart and also saying this.
I can't run like I used to, but I can pull myself apart just fine.
Then there's Mangle, who is a take apart and put back together attraction, but says this to William.
I get to play take apart and put back together. You won't feel a thing.
Then Nedbear, who says this.
This is how it feels, and you get to experience it over and over and over again, forever. I will never let you leave.
So whatever William is going through, CC went through something similar, and I think this something is being taken apart and now being put back together. Essentially, Crying Child taking William apart and putting him back together in this hellish mindscape, even having two different Williams in one place to represent that split if you really wanted to go that far. Then of course, the fact that the Vengeful Spirit throws all William's misdeeds right back at him. FNAF 1 all the way through FFPS, places we see Golden Freddy constantly appear throughout the franchise. Golden Freddy in the office, with Golden Freddy manifesting, Crying Child tormenting Michael in his own mind prior to FNAF 3, which is our night gameplay of FNAF 4, Yendo and Sister Location, and Molten Freddy in FFPS. Crying Child has been able to see it all, and was indeed following Michael everywhere he went, something he vowed to do when he died so many years ago. I also want to bring back Andrew. Now, when Andrew is brought up in Frights...
Okay. Before Nero talks about Andrew, I want to talk about something. We'll come right back to this, but I do want to say something because it's related to what Nero just said about Crying Child following Michael. And also something that we heard in another theory, ID's theory. ID's fantasy was talking about how it's not just the metal endoskeleton that's haunted, it's also the suit, because the suit has metal parts. So, and then referenced the scrapped story about a child putting on a Freddy head and sort of emulating the behaviors of the child that was haunting the Freddy head. It helps if we look at it that way. It can explain it's me. If it's always Crying Child following Michael or trying to communicate, it can't communicate itself. The Crying Child can't communicate itself, but would start saying like, it's me, speaking through the animatronic. Now, the week before is a little funky because it's saying it's me when presumably Michael is nowhere around, so you could say that that's a little funky, but I was like, oh, like it's kind of like that idea of different bodies could have been stuffed in the suit. It doesn't have to be that specific body still that's haunting it. It's just using that as a way to communicate. I don't have this fully fleshed out. It's just something that I was thinking about earlier. And then when Nero was talking about Crying Child being like what's left, because it's interesting because we hear the Vengeful Spirit speaking through other animatronics, like speaking through the mediocre melodies as well. So we do kind of see these sorts of like animatronics and things that aren't necessarily the haunted thing, but be kind of sort of but acting as a sort of vehicle for communication. And I've had this same thought about like the 8-bit mini games and things like that too, how they're all vehicles of communication. Prior to week before, Cece was the only confirmed character to say it's me in the logbook word search. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it almost as if it's trying to communicate, the spirit is trying to communicate to Michael that it's, anyway, this isn't a totally fleshed out idea, and I'm also just tired and bad at words, but I don't know. But it just kind of struck me where I was like, oh, like that's an interesting idea, because in the week before it's like other people getting stuffed in these suits, but like obviously it's not Ralph who is like haunting the suit at the end of the day. It's just like it's getting in his head, right? And I think it could still very easily be the crying child in all those instances, like getting inside of people's brains and kind of like pushing the message out that it wants to get out. I don't know. I could keep going down that train of thought with a lot of other things, but I won't. But I just wanted to say it because that was something I was thinking about earlier, and I just wanted to get it out of my head. I don't know. It's not a fully fleshed out thought. I don't know. A lot of the times when I talk about Five Nights at Freddy's, I'm like, I don't know what I'm talking about. So, but I kind of like the idea of crying child being able to get inside of other people's heads, also relating to the vengeful spirit, kind of doing that with the mediocre melodies. Mike does also say it's me, but is that the crying child speaking through? Well, he says it's me, Michael, but yeah, I don't know. Lay off the flatbread, go on a diet. Horror of losing identity. Imagine forgetting everything you are, but knowing that one person does know you and they can't recognize you. Ooh. True. And there was another thing earlier about like, oh, taking apart and putting back together. ID's fantasy was also talking about some stuff in relation to that, and about how like the suits were, you know, taken apart and put back together. You know, their exoskeletons were put on new endoskeletons and blah 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 and so on and so forth. And how, you know, those pieces, and IDs didn't say this, but we've seen in other versions of Five Nights at Freddy's how the like if you go in the book where it's like all the pages are torn apart, and it's like they're trying to like put all the little pages back together so that they can like put together their memories and stuff, but then they just get it torn apart again, and that's the remnant, right? And that's all of that, and that sort of keeps happening over and over and over again. It's me, Michael. And that keeps happening over and over and over again. And it reminded me of that with the, like, it reminded me of the book, and how like you're trying to help the children reform their memories, and how then in Follow Me, you know, William Afton, presumably, right, if the purple guy is always William, is again taking them apart, you know, disconnecting them from their memories so they continue to be, you know, of service to him, of use to him. And I'm not connecting this to anything specifically, but I do find it interesting just to think about how many times, you know, that they maybe became close to knowing who they were or what was happening to them or what was going on, and it's always interrupted, and how sad that is. Sad stuff. Anyway, we'll learn about Andrew now.
Specifically in the Man Room 1280, he is described as a shadow. Now, in UCN, there's of course RWQ FSF ASXC. So, a peculiar detail about Fredbear in this game is that he's encased by shadow, something that would be an equivalent to Andrew also being encased in shadow. Now, this could just be a coincidence or just me looking too hard, but something I thought I'd bring up, and I'll let you all decide on that one in the comments. Lastly, I want to connect how the Vengeful Spirit is described to our candidates of CC, Cassidy, and Andrew. Well, we know the Vengeful Spirit has to be killed by William in some way, has to have short and straight hair, and has to be a male, which leaves us with only one person who fits this category. Crying Child, as in the official art of Crying Child has the same hairstyle as the Vengeful Spirit, is a male, and if the theory of William killing Crying Child is true, he was also killed by William, leading us to our true answer of the Vengeful Spirit after almost 7 years.
So, what does it all mean?
Well, what it all means is just, Crying Child is the one you should not have killed. Since we got our explanation for the way William killed him via the flatline, and the fact of you needing to kill Golden Freddy to get Fredbear, which is the reverse of what happens to Crying Child, in which in a way you'd have to kill Fredbear to get Golden Freddy, as well as all the references to Crying Child, FNAF 4, Crying Child's life, and more, I feel there's a lot here to try and point us towards CC as the Vengeful Spirit. So notice how I said point towards and not confirmed. So at the end of the day, every connection here could be a coincidence, me trying to reach too hard, or maybe these connections all mean something but I just piece them together wrong. Though I think I hit the bullseye on this one, as I feel it helps piece together a lot of things that can help coincide with previous entries and future entries, alongside the books and anything else that may come forward. So at the end of the day, my job isn't to tell you what to think, it's to get you to challenge your beliefs and see what you think holds up. So I want to give you a challenge to you all. When you comment down your disagreements, I want to hear what counter evidence you have, though I really want you to go for those strong pieces of evidence, as that's where it'll really get us as a community thinking.
Don't even go there. I've tried it. I'm sure.
So yeah, Candy Cadet is for sure the weakest point we have here, and our strongest is just the sheer amount of references to Crying Child, though each one vary in strength. And I want you to explain why you think each piece is strong, weak, or somewhere in between, though of course, remember to keep it kind, calm, respectful, and that's just a theory, as the best kind of criticism is constructive, as it helps build while destroying to make something even more beautiful.
I hope they listen to you.
And that's how FNAF will be solved, and how we as a community can come closer than ever before.
I'm kidding. My problem with the FNAF community is that I talk about anything other than FNAF and they get mad at me. Why did you put LGBT information in the FNAF video? I came here for a FNAF video. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings by talking about gay people. That sucks. Ugh, I'm so sorry, Nero. Oh, good. I'm glad it helped. I say, lying. Honestly, there's a lot of, like, I love how you got the mayonnaise back there now. I love that. I love that part of your lore. I'm gonna listen to the rest of this real quick. I know, Seeker. I really did. Good night, just a guy. I really did just consider being like, fine, I'm gonna do more of it, but I don't care that much. Like, I mean, I care that much about the community and everything, but I was like, I don't want to be petty. I'm not interested in being petty. I mean, again, I actually am very interested in being petty. I know better than to be petty. But no, I'm really glad that you said something about it. I'm glad that you said something about it. What other games are you into talking to? I've talked about Amanda the Adventurer. I've talked about a lot of things I talk about aren't games. They're like they're other series. What other games have I talked about? I guess I talked about Poppy Playtime, but I'm not good. Good night, Nero. I don't talk about a whole lot of other games, I guess, other than those two. I talk about a lot of other series, though. Like, I really do want to make a Walton Files video. I just don't have anything to say right now. Being petty in person is a power move. Online is a hazard. It's not worth it. I don't really care that much about trying to change people's minds. It's not that big. It's just that it ain't gonna happen in my video. Genre shift will throw some off, but some make it work. Oh no. I'm not saying that people get mad when I make videos that aren't about FNAF. I'm saying that people don't like when I veer from talking about FNAF in my FNAF videos. And in a way I do understand, but in another way entirely. I think that it's not worth flaming me in the comments. Yes, Harrison, I love State Flower. It's so cute. I also love Amanda the Adventurer 3, or Amanda the Adventurer in general. I can't wait for 3 to come out. I can't wait. Okay, let's watch the outro, and then we're going to watch the
That is all that I have for today's episode. So, before we get into all the cool stuff, which I do encourage you all to stay till the very end of this, because I have a lot of cool things I want to share with you all. But of course, thank you to everyone who not only just voice acted, but also helped out behind the scenes with kind of like the scripting of it. Basically, they helped out read it, give me feedback on the theory, and stuff like that. So thank you to all those people. You can see all of them in the description down below. Thank you all so much. Now I want to get into the cool stuff. So we're going to be doing another charity event in November. It's going to be hosted by Jerikai Games, who was in this video. And, well, going to be a Dead by Daylight tournament with a bunch of people. You can see all of it on the right side of the screen here. And, yeah, I'm really excited for it. It's going to be on November 13th to the 15th.
Awesome.
So 13th, 14th, 15th. At, I believe 2 p.m. EST. Don't quote me on that. I might be wrong. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. But, yeah, that's happening. I'm going to be doing Bendy in the Dark Revival live stream. As maybe you know, I played the first game a long time ago. And, well, I want to get through the rest of the Bendy series before the third game comes out. And also just an update on One More Night Mental Health. Production's going along really well. And, well, I hope you guys kind of like this newish kind of style of video where I try to incorporate more humor into it. I'm still trying to find my kind of flow with it and how to incorporate it and all that stuff. But I hope you guys did kind of like enjoy it a little bit. Maybe it gave you a little bit of a smile or something like that.
We do have the movie.
Didn't take the video as seriously as I normally would because I kind of want to show who I am as a person more. So I hope you all enjoyed. If you have any tips or feedback, please let me know. Otherwise, as always, I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, please do hit that like, subscribe button as we have a goal of 14,000 subscribers by the end of the year. While you're at it, comment down below really anything in the whole wide world. Just remember to keep it kind, calm, respectful, and that's just a theory. Share this video with your friends and families. Every single bit helps. Without further ado, I hope you all enjoyed. Have a great day. Stay safe and peace out.
Aww. Okay. Check that out. Look, I'm there. Oh my god. Look, I'm in the description. That's so rad. Aw. This was great. Subscribe to Nara Raven, y'all. I mean, yeah, no, I will be waiting for the apology. We will air the apology. Whenever I get it. And if I don't get it, I suppose we'll just have to make an update video calling out Nara Raven for being a liar on top of showing us disgusting images. Alright. Let's check back in with Clavis Key. If you are new to the stream, please go subscribe to Clavis Key. We're trying to get them to 1,000 subscribers before the end of the stream. We're so close. Every time I say this, it's one more person who subscribes. So if I just say it 20 more times, at least he remembering your name in the description. Shut up. Oh my god, sorry, Toast, I've got to adjust myself. I don't have my footrest that I usually have down here. I moved it on accident. Well, I didn't move it on accident. I have not moved it back yet. Because I keep forgetting. An accident. No wonder Mrs. Afton disappeared. Oh, true. True, I'd leave too if somebody showed my husband like that. In such a state. But please. Oh, will you please watch it? I'm gonna close this. I'm closing some other windows real quick. Alright. Alright, we'll keep Clavis up in the Alright, what next? We were gonna watch Theory's video. Why is it not in the... Alright. Mixus. Which is great, because, like, one of my very first theories was on Mix, a game dedicated to what all the wives are up to. Let's go. FNAF wives. What disgusting thing popped up? Springtrap outside of his suit. Scraptrap outside of the suit. Scraptrap sans suit. Icky. David has a secret voice line where he says stupid? Interesting. I'm so tired. Okay. We have very similar YouTube recommended. Nice. Nice. Scrap Trap without the peel is nuts. Not Scrap Trap without the peel. Not Scrap Trap without the peel. Why would you say it like that? I'm just gonna go ahead and like the video. I don't even care. Okay, 130 views 3 days ago. Those are rookie numbers, y'all. Let's try to get those numbers up. Sans means without. I don't know if you don't know that. I'm making an Undertale reference, but that's hilarious. They peeled him to the rind. It wasn't cute. It wasn't cute. Okay, we gotta get into this. We have got to get into this. Jax.
Hey guys, welcome back to the ocean. Theory Chum here, and today I'm diving into my theory on Mexis, the Mechanical X-Form Experimental Storage. Now I'll say this up front. While I don't have eyes everywhere, I've done a lot of research. I've searched Reddit, I've combed through YouTube, I've watched a ton of other creators' Mexis videos, and confidently I can tell you this. I haven't seen my perspective anywhere else.
Alright.
So let's get into it.
Let's go.
First, let's break down the name itself. Mexis is an acronym. Mechanical, an adjective, meaning it's describing a type of machine. X-form, short for transform, this is also an adjective, a modifier. Experimental, another modifier. And finally, the noun, storage. The key here is grammar. A lot of creators assume X-form
Let's go
is pointing
grammar.
back to the mimic, its ability to transform and shapeshift.
But it's an adjective.
And structurally, that's not what's happening. Grammatically, all of those adjectives are stacked on
to storage. True.
So the name isn't describing what's
I'm
inside.
listening.
It's describing the storage itself. Mexis is a transformative storage system. Mexis is a storage that transforms. The question is, transforms across what? Look closely at the design. Yes, people focus on the TVs up top and what I call the bow. But the real answer is down at the bottom. Nexus has 3 separate...
And for what it's worth, Nexus. Hi back. Sorry. Hi, what the what. And Theory's been talking a little bit about this on the Discord, so I've seen a little bit about this in the 3 storage containers. I do like it. I know that I like that part. I'm glad about that. It's 1 a.m. here. I don't want to go to sleep. Oh, well, we're going to end stream soon. Okay. I live with my grammar now. Kelsey grammar? Tossed salad and scrambled eggs. Okay, I'm sorry.
Storage shelves. And I believe what it's transforming across is those 3 compartments. To understand this, we need to take a step back and talk about Cradle.exe.
Let's talk about it.
Describes it like working as a large computer. Now in the 70s, large computers didn't multitask like today's machines. They ran on serial processing, one operation at a time. To compare, modern supercomputers use parallel processing, running many systems simultaneously. Back then, think of switchboard operators. They would physically move wires to redirect phone calls. When one line was plugged in,
I've done this.
while
Not
the others were
professionally.
inactive. That is how serial
but
systems
I got to do
work.
this.
And I believe Mexis functions the same way. The cradle plugs into one shelf at a time. Whichever shelf it's connected to, that is the active system, while the others put to sleep.
That makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. This is why it takes a community to solve Five Nights at Freddy's, because it's like, I don't know this, and I don't even know how to do the research for this, you know? So it's so nice to have other people just kind of break it down for you. You know what I'm saying? Cooking with gas. Let's go.
The name Cradle is no accident. The cradle in real life is a baby's bed, designed to rock back and forth until the baby falls asleep. And if you look at the Mexis design, you can see the parallel. The bow at the top represents the arch that early cradles would hang from. The storages below represent the weight where the baby rests. When the cradle rocks one way, one system is awake. Rock it the other way, another system is active.
Okay.
The rest are asleep. And just like a baby needs a bedtime story, the Mixus needs one too. Fiona had Arnold play the bedtime story for him too, letting her switch it off. It's the same metaphor carried throughout. The cradle rocks. One system rests, while the other one was awakened. So what's inside of these three storages? The first storage, which is going to be M1. The second storage, M2 with
Yes,
blueprints,
Raven. Homework.
and the third storage, this stumped me for a while. At first, I thought it might be something we just haven't seen yet. Maybe DLC content. But then I realized...
Okay, so Theory is saying that this might be wrong, right? But that Clavis has given you some new information that helps you with it. So we'll have some insight from the theory maker himself.
The answer was in front of us all along. Puppet files. Remember Edwin's executive office? When you try to access the puppet files, the system spits back one specific error. Redacted. Even with executive clearance, the file isn't there. It's segregated. And that is the clue. The puppet's data has been isolated onto its own system. And I believe that segregated system is what occupies the third storage in Mexus. Now let's take a step back and ask, why is Mexus
Hi,
set up
Archangel. Welcome in.
Remember, Fiona created Cradle.exe. She had her own motives, her own goal of bringing the Murray family back together. Look at who's present. M1, tied to Fiona. M2, powered by Edwin's rage. And then finally, the puppet, which would be left for David. By building Mexus, Fiona created a system.
That's very interesting. So are you still suggesting, like, if it's the stories now, like if that's your new thought process on this, the stories could still be representative of David, no? Because it's what makes it's what makes the mimic act more like David. Oh, theory true. Interesting. Oh, Archangel, I totally understand. Editing can be a big butt. There's a free version of DaVinci that I've seen a lot of people using lately. I would, if I was telling somebody where to start right now, I would say learn DaVinci. That's what I would tell you. Okay, I got you, Theory. Edwin's emotions. Secret of the Mimic mirrors the fourth closet. Henry poured his emotions into the fourth closet,
where each could be stored, switched, and reawakened. The cradle rocks, and her family members are all there together, in a twisted kind of family reunion. So here's my conclusion. Mexus is not about the mimic transforming. It's about the storage itself transforming. The cradle rocks back and forth between its shells.
I think you're probably right about this. That's a very good.
M1,
that's a very good.
M2, and the puppet. The others fall asleep until it's their turn to sway back.
Very good
into
explanation.
motion. And with Cradle.exe orchestrating it all, Fiona ensured her family could exist all together in one machine, alive through agony, together again. Thank you guys so much for sticking around this theory. I've got more videos coming soon, such as the Mangled Bodies, which is going to be along with the FNAF 2 movie predictions that will come out before the movie, and even some more Resident Evil Survival Unit content. Until next time, keep
literal
swimming in the ocean.
compartmentalizing.
Don't get carried away, and remember to like, subscribe, and drop a comment.
Let's
I
go.
really love talking with you guys in their lives. See you again soon.
Peak. What should we say? Peak. Peak. I'ma store this one. There we go. I love that. Thank you for sharing. Okay. What do we think? There's like a million more theories to watch, but it's 11 o'clock and I have work in the morning. And I gotta pick up some of this house a little bit before I go to sleep. It's not messy or anything. I would just like to pick it up. I want to go fold my laundry and stuff, you know? And I gotta put this pizza away. I can't believe I have to fold laundry. What a nightmare. Why do they make you fold laundry, honestly? The fact that clothes wrinkle, that's fucking nuts. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to curse. Now I can eat my mac and cheese. Indeed you can. Nice theory. Okay, let's go part 2s. Theory Club can reconvene next week. I'm happy to keep doing what we're doing, man. I'm happy to keep doing what we're doing. Let's check on Clavis one more time. 983, let's go! Let's go. That's what? I mean, like, what, like 12 more? 12 more? No. That's not how you do math. 17. Why did I say 12? Why did I keep saying 12, mind you? I knew it wasn't right. Anyway, 17. Clavis, you're 17 away. I wish we could get you all the way to 1,000, but I just don't know if it's gonna happen. Not for lack of trying, and I don't think that anybody here is the problem, frankly. Certainly not. I was on low latency, okay. Should go to a grocery shop tomorrow. Oh, good luck, Raven. Good luck. This is so exciting, guys. Maybe Remnant Plex should be a collaborative effort. Maybe Remnant Plex 2 Electric Boogaloo is gonna have to be a collaborative effort. Because I don't know how to do anything right now. That's not totally true. I know how to do things. I don't know how to finish anything. I can't tell you guys how much time I spend just sitting on my couch, too tired to move. How does Remnant taste like? It probably doesn't taste like anything because it's so hot it will burn you. If it cools, then it would taste like metal, correct? Like a School Project 14 Theory Part 2 style. Exactly. Maybe the community's got to collaborate a little bit. Remnant Plex 2, even more Remnant. I know, that's what I'm saying. It would taste like pain would hurt you. Yes, thank you, Archangel. I mean, obviously, also subscribe to Theory Chum, but we're not getting Theory Chum to any specific goals at this exact moment in time. But please also subscribe. Who else did we react to? Obviously, Game Theory. I mean, I don't think I have to tell you to subscribe to Game Theory. You either are or you aren't. It is what it is. But ID's Fantasy, Rye Toast, Narrow Raven, Theory Chum, and Clavis Key. Those are the other ones we watched. Technically, I kept my promise of talking about other FNAF theories in the community that were submitted, even though we didn't necessarily watch one that Theory submitted, but we watched one of your videos on stream, which we are supposed to do with the weeks that I don't upload a video. But I've been messing up. Do I need voice actor for Plex 2.0? I don't know. What would we need voice actors for? That's not really something that I tend to put in my videos, but that's exciting. I don't know. I guess if it comes to that, I'll put out a call. I guess if it comes to that, I'll put out a call. No, Seeker, that's totally fine. You don't have to. 984. Okay. I think that's a good... We're really close to MCI numbers there with 1984. 1985, you know what I'm saying? Lots of voice actors. Let's go. I look very red. Am I, like, fevered? Or is it just this light? It may very well just be this light. Let me see. Nope. I'm just red. What that's about. That's awesome, y'all. That's why I'm so proud of all of you for following your dreams. Thought you just had blush on? Nope. I'm just red. Who knows why? I'm just red. I honestly wonder if it's because I ate pizza. How long have I been red? Have I been red since pre-pizza? I do got that translucent skin. I'm white. Oh, girl, I'm white. Okay, I gotta shut up. Because I wasn't red at the beginning of the stream, was I? No, I was super normal looking at the beginning of the stream. It was not red pre-pizza. I'm checking it out. I bet you eating this pizza made me red. I bet that's what happened. I thought this was the 5-hour pizza stream. That's great. It was the pizza. It was indeed. It was indeed. Okay. If I move forward, I don't look as red, but you can definitely see it on my cheeks. She's pink. Okay. Thank you all so much for joining me. Please subscribe to all the people. We got Clavis very close to 1,000. I implore you, if you did not watch that video with us, watch all of Clavis's videos, obviously. But Friendship Theory, I'm thinking that's for real. I love that so much. I almost want to make my own video just talking about how much I love it. But yeah, I gotta put this pizza away. I gotta fold my laundry. I gotta pick up. It's not a wreck in here, but sometimes I just go a couple days without throwing my empty cans away. It just is what it is. It's the way that I live my life a little. MC, I'm so sorry. Work sucks. I'll be back Wednesday, the 8th, presumably. And, I guess we should play a spooky game, huh? We should get this spooky month. I haven't been dressing up. It's only the 3rd day of October, but we'll see. Maybe I'll get into dressing up again. We'll see. I gotta make a ding ding YouTube video. I've got some ideas though, and I think, frankly, I think we're gonna ball. I can't wait for you all to see when I make my triumphant comeback and everything is good again. I hope that you all have a wonderful night, morning, day, weekend, whatever. I hope you have a great one. And I hope you subscribe to Clavis Key. I hope you subscribe to Theory Time. I hope you subscribe to Nara Raven. I hope you probably are subscribed to IDs and Rye and Game Theory, or you've already made up your mind about it, but give the small guys a chance. Why don't you? And, okay. I think that's it. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Okay, bye.